had a colossal experience of what we call cosmic consciousness. Now, you don't have to be any particular kind of religion to get this experience. It can hit anyone, anytime, like falling in love, in greater or lesser degree. But it's found all over the world. And when it hits you, you know it. Sometimes it comes after long practice of meditations and spiritual discipline. Sometimes it comes for no reason that anybody can determine. We say it's the grace of God. That there comes this overwhelming conviction that you have mistaken your identity. That what you thought, what I thought was just old Alan Watts, was only completely superficial. So you can very well understand how people to whom this happens feel genuinely inspired. Because very often there goes along with it an extremely warm feeling. Because you see the divine in everybody else's eyes. When Kabir, a great Hindu Muslim mystic, was a very old man, he used to look around at people and say, "To whom shall I preach?" Because he saw the beloved in all eyes. The traditions of Asia, Hindu, Buddhist, Taoist, and so forth, are full of miraculous stories. And we take them in our stride. We don't think that there are any sign of anything in particular except psychic power. And I'm really a little scared of the growing interest in psychic power, because that's what I call psychotechnics. And we've made such a mess of things with ordinary techniques that heaven only knows what we might do if we got hold of psychotechnics and started raising people from the dead and prolonging life insufferably. I mean, the whole answer to the story of miracles is simply imagine that you're God. Now, what happened? The apostles didn't quite get the point. They were awed by the miracles of Jesus. They worshipped him as people do worship gurus. And it's, you know, to what lengths that can go if you've been around Guru land. And so the Christian said, okay, Jesus of Nazareth was the Son of God, but let it stop right there. Nobody else. So what happened was that Jesus was pedestalized. He was put in a position that was safely upstairs, so that his troublesome experience of cosmic consciousness would not come and cause other people to be a nuisance. And those who have had this experience and expressed it during those times when the church had political power were almost invariably persecuted. Gordiano Bruno was burnt at the stake. John Scotus Erigena was excommunicated. Meister Eckhart's theses were condemned, and so on and so on. A few mystics got away with it because they used cautious language. But you see what happens. If you pedestalize Jesus, you strangle the gospel at birth. And it has been the tradition in both the Catholic Church and in Protestantism to pass off what I will call an emasculated gospel. Gospel means good news. And I cannot for the life of me think what is the good news about the gospel as ordinarily handed down. Here is the revelation of God in Christ, in Jesus. And we are supposed to follow his life and example without having the unique advantage of being the boss's son. Born of a virgin, knowing he's the Son of God, having the power of miracles, knowing that basically it's impossible to kill him, that he's going to rise again in the end. And we are asked to take up our cross and follow him when we don't know that about ourselves at all. So what happens is this. We are delivered, therefore, a gospel which is in fact an impossible religion. It's impossible to follow the way of Christ. Many a Christian has admitted it. I'm a miserable sinner. I fall far short of the example of Christ. But do you realize, the more you say that, the better you are. Because what happened was that Christianity institutionalized guilt as a virtue. And therefore, you will always be aware of your shortcomings. And so the more shortcomings you feel, the more, in other words, you are aware of the vast abyss between Christ and yourself. So, you go to confession, and if you've got a nice, dear, understanding confessor, he'll say, my child, you know you've sinned very grievously, but you must realize that the love of God and of our Lord is infinite, and that naturally you are forgiven. And you know you've committed a murder and robbed a bank and fornicated around and so on. And the priest is perfectly patient and quiet. Well, you feel awful. To the love of God, I have wounded Jesus, grieved the Holy Spirit, and so on. But you know in the back of your mind that you're going to do it all over again. You won't be able to help yourself. You'll try, but there's always a greater and greater sense of guilt. This is the Christianity of most people. Now there is a much more subtle Christianity of the theologians, the mystics, and the philosophers. But it's not what gets preached from the pulpit. What would the real gospel be? The real good news is not simply that Jesus of Nazareth was the Son of God, but that he was a powerful Son of God who came to open everybody's eyes to the fact that you are too. And this is perfectly plain. If you will go to the 10th chapter of St. John, verse 30, there is the passage where Jesus says, I and the Father are one. There are some people who are not intimate disciples around, and they're horrified. And they immediately pick up stones to stone him. He says, many good works I have shown you from the Father, and for which of these do you stone me? And they said, for a good work we stone you not, but for blasphemy, because you being a man make yourself God. And he replied, isn't it written in your law, I have said you are gods? He's quoting the 82nd Psalm. Is it not written in your law, I have said, you are gods? If God called then those to whom he gave his word gods, and you can't deny the scriptures, how can you say I blaspheme? Because I said, I am a son of God. Well, there's the whole thing in a nutshell. Because if you read the King James Bible that descended with the angel, you will see in italics in front of these words Son of God, the Son of God, because I said I am the Son of God. And most people think that the italics are for emphasis. They're not. The italics indicate words interpolated by the translators. You will not find that in the Greek. The Greek says a Son of God. So it seems to me here perfectly plain that Jesus got it in the back of his mind that this isn't something peculiar to himself. So when he says, I am the way, no man comes to the Father but by me, this I am, this me, is the divine in us, which in Hebrew would be called the Ruach Adonai. So the point is that the Ruach is the divine in the creature, by virtue of which we are sons of, or of the nature of God. Manifestations of the divine. This discovery is the gospel, that is the good news. But this has been perpetually repressed throughout the history of Western religion, because all Western religions have taken the form of celestial monarchies, which is not the religion of Jesus, which was the realization of divine sonship, but the religion about Jesus, which pedestalizes him, and which says only this man of all the sons of woman was divine, and you had better recognize it. Utterly exclusive. Convinced in advance of examining the doctrines of any other religion that is the top religion. And so it becomes a freak religion, just as it has made a freak of Jesus, an unnatural man. It claims uniqueness, not realizing that what it does teach would be far more credible if it were truly Catholic. That is to say, restated again the truths which have been known from time immemorial, which have appeared in all the great cultures of the world. If then we can see this, that Jesus speaks not from the situation of a historical deus ex machina, a kind of weird, extraordinary.
The threat letter was not sent to the churches. The threat letter was dropped around the headquarters and it was brought to me. I was the one that opened the envelope, read the threat letter. On seeing that, I now invited the Christian Association of Nigeria to tell them about the threat. Whether it is real or not, we have to be security conscious. So I gave them copies of the letter so that they will adjust their programs in the church. Instead of closing late, they should close on time. Thereabout, I now directed all my DPOs to ensure that every Friday, police patrol team must go to mosque and give them adequate security until they finish the Jumat prayers. Equally on Sundays, all the patrol teams will go around the churches and ensure that they are safe, and after the church service before they close. The threat, we don't take it lightly.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu, and with me here today is Mwada Marian T. Heather. We are going to do the needful by discussing or having our discussions focused on religion or religious issue. Also, before we enter into that, Mazi Chinasanworu will come up and make some clarifications for just a few minutes before we go on. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well wishers. Today is the 18th day of June, being Saturday, in the year of our Lord 2022. Before I continue, please let us pray.
Eze Chukwu okike abịama. Chukwu kere ihe niile mana onwere ihe kere ya. Aja n'Igbo. Ọkụ ọgụnye nwata n'aka anaghị ele ya. Nwoke si na ya ji ọfọ, nwaanyị si na ya ji ọfọ. Mana ọfọ maara onye ji ya. Asị m na abụ nwata na-asa alụ n'afọ onwere ihe mma. Ọkụ unu kpọrọ m oku. Ọkụ unu gụnyere m ọkụ a n'aka sị na ọ gaghị ele m. Asị m na mbosi ọbụla mụnwa bụ nwa Eze Chukwu bụ ụzọ mba nke ọma dịka Don Place Sampe Master aka ji ọfọ Igbo niile. Asị m na ntinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo ma ọ tinye aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra. Chukwu okike abịa ma aja anyị Igbo asị imegide m mana ọ bụrụ na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo na m atinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra na m atinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide Nnamdi Kanu onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Igbo onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide ụmụ Biafra onye ọbụla tinyela aka n'imegide m asị m ana tiwelie ya asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri gbagbuo ya asị m onye aṅụọ mmiri gbagbuo ya asị m onye a zụkwụ na ana tiwelie ya asị m onye a rie nnu atakasịrị ya arụ tupu okike abịa ama ebunye m ọfụ Igbo niile ike nke ụmụ Igbo ji eju ọgụ ebunye m gị tata bụ ụbọchị Eke mmụọ niile bụ mmụọ Eke batara n'ala Igbo asị m gị binye bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Igbo ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ụmụ Biafra ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ m onwe m ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ndị ọdịnala niile ọgụ bịa n'ọrụ ụmụnne anyị niile ọgụ asị m na bido tata gawa ka m na-ekwubi ndụ n'isi ụmụ Igbo ka m na-ekwubi ọganihu n'isi ụmụ Igbo niile ana m ekwubi na tata ka ọgbaghara dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ tata ka ọnwụ dị n'ala Igbo ga-adajọ ya jiela anyị ọgụ n'ọnụ niile ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị ekwu arụ ọnụ ọbụla na-eri nnu eri mmanụ anaghị emegide nwanne ya n'ọnụ ọbụla na-aṅụ mmiri na-eri nnu eri mmanụ nke pụrụ echiche imegide anyị asị m ọnụ ada ogbu anya ọbụla na-ekpe anya ọjọọ nere anyị asị anya akpụọ isi ụkwụ ọbụla jeela anyị ije ọjọọ anyị sị ụkwụ ada ngwụrọ aka ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee tụwa aka asị aka akpọnwụọ osisi ọbụla fụrụ anyị na-atụ nku anyị sị ikuku fụtuo ya onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị wee cheta ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya onye ọbụla fụrụ anyị kpọwa akwa alịlị akọkwana ya akọ anyị sị anya mmiri akọrọ ya n'anya anyị sị na anyị ga na-ejere anyị ga na-ana ọ ga-adịrị anyị na mma ọ ga-adịrị Nnamdi Kanu na mma ọ ga-adịrị ezinụlọ ya na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo nọ mba ofesi na mma ọ ga-adịrị ụmụ Igbo nọ na mba niile pụrụ iche iche na mma ndị niile nọ n'ụlọ mkpọrọ na ha ga-apụta ha ga-enwere onwe ha na anyị bụ nwatakịrị na-asa arụ n'afọ nke anyị kwutere bụ nke ọma nke anyị gụtara bụ nke ọma nabata na anyị n'ime mmụọ na eziokwu mana nke anyị na-agatara biko gbaghara na anyị amara agụ na anyị bụ nwatakịrị anyị ekenekwa unu ụzọ ọbụla anyị si emegide unu bịa gbaghara anyị ma nyekwa anyị ike na mmụọ anyị ga-eji gbaghara ndị mehiere anyị ekpe ma kwere na gị nwa bụ Chukwu okike abịa ama Chukwu Eke Chukwu Orie Chukwu Afọ Chukwu Nkwọ Chukwu kere ihe niile mana o nwere ihe kere ya anyị sị gị ya gozie mmiri ya gozie obodo niile ọ ga-awụsa gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie obodo niile mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie mba niile ala Biafra niile bụ ndị ga na-azụ ụkwụ n'okporo ụzọ mmiri a ga-awụsa gozie ha na Eke gozie ha n'Orie gozie ha na Afọ gozie ha na Nkwọ na Chukwu okike abịa
I once again welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers. Please do not deny them this hallowed platform where we preach enlightenment. That is the highest gift to humanity. Enlightenment. We teach ourselves in order to be enlightened. Today is the 18th day of June 2022. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. Make no mistake about it, our leader must be released. It doesn't matter how it goes, he must be released. We are consistent. We are consistently consistent. We don't give up. And Biafra must be restored. It doesn't matter those that are confused. It doesn't matter those that are falling apart. The chosen ones, we must continue resiliently in order to make sure that Biafra is restored. Do not forget that we are still in a media confrontation with BBC. Therefore, please, we continue calling BBC because they are sounding defiant. They send out letters, the same letter to all of us, telling us how they are respecting the rule of law, how impartial they are. They are not, how impartial they are. But we must continue to waylay them, to make them understand that what they are doing, they should grow. You know, time have changed. When you born a child and it doesn't grow, it doesn't crawl, it doesn't from crawling enter, you know, squatting or crawling, standing up, walking and running. If it doesn't go through this process, it stays one place, which means it doesn't grow. BBC should grow. We are no more in the 1960s, where they have, you know, monopoly of media propaganda, lying, misinformation and disinformation. No, we are in the 21st century, for goodness sake. We continue calling them and telling them politely, we'll tell them their sins in their eyes direct, so that they will change and grow up if they want. Therefore, I will bring in our sister in order to make an introductory speech under a few minutes. One other, please go on.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, our noble audience. It's another Saturday, the 18th of June, 2022. My name's Marian T. Hader, and I'm going to be co-hosting this program today, as usual, with our able lecturer at Coleman Institution, Honorable Mazi Jonathan. So, welcome to the program. We're looking forward for another exciting, enlightening, thought-provoking, mind-awakening lectures again today. So relax, you all. Get your popcorn, get your suya, of course, efibo. Get anything that makes you comfortable and relax at your couch, your bench, under the tree, wherever you are, depends on the time. And let's take a ride onto the awakening of our souls and spirits. Because just like Mazi has stated, what is happening to BBC is like a father or a parent who is stuck back in time, who forgets to understand that the world is running. Time waits for no one. You have to tap into the new frontiers of emerging science, thought-provoking, or thought-building, how you describe it. So BBC, you need to grow up, wake up, and smell the coffee. It is no more yesterday. It's a new dawn of civilization. Their media rules the world. All we're asking you to do is to do the right thing. I know as you take yourself to be a giant, but you are the giant of yesterday, you don't want to, capitulate under the truth. But the truth will always stand firm no matter how much you try to cover it up. So BBC, wake up. Work with what is happening in the world. It's a new dawn where information is the rule of the day. Again, my people, let's relax. As our able chief of staff, that's what I call him, Mazi Nworu, comes to address us for whatever information he has to give to us, let us come with clear eyes, clean ears, and absorb the information. God bless you all. I see you on the other end. Thank you.
We must continue. Before our Mazi Chinasa joins us, which will be in the next 15 minutes or so, I want to go into some news headlines that make news. You know, we blog the news, we don't write them. That is how our leader was doing. Because when you write it, they will say, oh no, it's propaganda. But we take the news and analyze it the way it should be. There is this news, concerning the Ondo attack, Owo attack. Names of victims released. I went through that and I was shocked. More than 80% of those killed are Igbo people. Biafrans in general, Igbo peoples in particular. Igbo people in particular, I'm telling you. Owo attack, names of victims relieved, burial on the way. I don't know, sometimes I become baffled. Anywhere you go in that zoo, after the indigenous people there, we the Igbos are the next in population. But when it comes to election, when it comes to census, they say, oh no, we are not in this. And you know, we have been so stupid though. I'm telling you, when I consider all these things, how we are relegated upon our numbers. We are number one in that zoo, population wise. I'm telling you. But when as election is coming now, they are bringing people from all over Africa because the border is their own, is there. You can who are you to control it? They bring people from Chad, from Niger, from up to Sudan, Mali. Everywhere they bring people, you know, how can you know? How can you don't know them? You don't know, you cannot even distinguish unless they speak. Maybe they don't speak English, or you know, because they have even Hausas in Niger, they have Hausas in Chad with the other tribes. So you mistake them as these are one of the tribes in the north. You know, Kalika. Let us our you know, our luck is not in Nigeria. Our future is not in Nigeria. Our leader have been hammering this. Our future is not in Nigeria at all. It doesn't matter how. Our future is not there. Now, let me read you some of the names, please. I was shocked when I started seeing them. I said, okay. More than 80%. Number one, these are names of those that confirm the dead people in Ondo attack. You know, when you hear it, you say, oh, it happened in Ondo. When you hear, oh, they killed people in Castina, you say, nah, you don't know that it is your own people that they are killing.
Because Mazi, that's the small screen, but the truth is that all these attacks are targeted. These individuals, these Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen, whatever you call them, they do their homework. They do their survey.
Of course.
They know the place where the Biafrans, especially Igbos, have a larger congregation or concentration. That's where they attack. Because if we must ask ourselves, why was that particular church chosen? Was it a random thing? Of course not. It was deliberate. So move on, Mazi.
Okay, let me say out some of the names. The names. Listen, so that you judge by yourself. Number one, Virginus Annie is an Igbo man. Fabian Emeka Nweke, Mrs. Deborah Onoha, Mrs. Chukwudi Onoha, onye nwoke na nwunye Chineke kwena ihe ọjọọ. Mrs. Justina Ugumado, Njoko Emmanuel Chukwuemeka nwatakịrị ka ọwụ. Miss Annie Chidiogo. Now you have a one Yoruba person. Caroline Aina Abola. Okay. Omunna Okafo. Oluwatoyi Akinyemi. Mrs. Christiana Oladekpe Olajide. Bridget Ozulumba. Regina Nnabife. Mr. Obuche. Sir and Lady Adesina Ajanako. Ndegbe Gift. Okefi Cordelia. Ona Chijioke. Sunday Mary. Ekun Roseline Fumilayo. Omolola Monogbe. Eze Chikamso. Anthony Onuyi Ojapa. John Bosede Testimony. Monogbe Omolayo John. Matilde Ogumbade. Justina Ugumado. Edwin Lovett. Onelike Esther Iloriunwa. Fumilayo Mandiat Ugumado Ekene. Umonna Chisom. Oluchukwu Evaristus, Timothy Ugu, Asebioyo Esther, Onyebuchi Onyeka, Teresa Obu, Hen Olowa. You just calculate it, just see it. These are Igbo Biafrans that are targeted. You know, you hear, 85 is killed in Borno in an attack in a church, in a market. You think that, it happened in Borno. No life should be lost anyway, but just imagine what is happening to our people secretly. One guy, one caller said one day, he said, look, when you remove 1 from 1 million, it's no more 1 million, which is true. They are diminishing us little by little, gradually, because of our ignorance at the apply.
Yeah.
I'm telling you honestly. When it happened, you said no, it's it happened in Ondo. The other time it was in Lagos. How many of our people died? In Kanu, our children were slaughtered, babies. Who is talking about it again? If not only in this hallowed platform. I say our people are 15 minutes people, human beings. 15 minutes. Once that thing happened, 15 minutes after Nagara, another thing. It's very sad. That is why here we shall never stop talking. It doesn't matter people that are commenting, talking. We need action, not talking. And you look at that idiot. You ask him or her, what actions have you been taking? He will not tell you anything. These are virus. When you read it, how do you now social media? Viruses. Oh no, every time talking. Oh, we are tired of talking. If you are tired of talking, go and jump inside the Atlantic Ocean. Because we will never stop talking. That is it. You go to mosque every day and pray 5 times. Why are you not tired? You go to church every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the same Bible. Maybe you have read it. In my life, I read Bible from Genesis to Revelation more than 5 times. But it didn't stop you from still going and listening. That is where you understand the very foolish set of people. Our leader have been preaching for how long? Still, just little absence of our leader. You see what people start happening. Those that we are listening. Oh, now we are confused now. But that is why, sometimes I say, God, what type of human being are these? We need to be updated. You understand? Brain-wise. We need to be updated. Whenever you hear any attack anywhere, people are killed. Imagine, just put yourself in the shoe of the family. It doesn't matter the tribe they are. Life is life. That is who we are. But in Nigeria, life doesn't mean anything. It's numbers. Life is just number. How many killed? Eyewitness will say no, it's 250. Government will call, police will come and say no, they are lying. It's only 39. Only. Life becomes number. Life
even
becomes
if it's
just number only. No, it's only 39 kids. So let's get other people.
One is bad enough.
It's very one is bad enough.
One is bad enough. It's life. Because the potential of that individual, you can never understand it. You may never understand it because especially when involves the youth or the children, you have snuffed up the potential. The person could have been the next Zuckerberg. That is Facebook. The person could have been the next Joe Steve.
Why the people don't reason like this in that part of the world? Very horrible, primitive set of people. I'm telling you. They don't reason like this.
That even be the next man, the Kanu. That person could be the next one. So one is bad enough. Then you're looking at the entire population being what they will say only. Mazi is hurtful.
It's very, very sad indeed, honestly. So we have to continue doing what we are doing. That is why we are Biafrans. One life means a lot. It's too many. One life lost is too many. Okay, let me go on. Woman narrates how she was defrauded at 6 million after meeting River Goddess, who promised to heal her sick son in United Kingdom. I think it happened whether in Ogun State. Or Bago one chance. Because if we are talking, I know Kukwe about pastors. I know Kukwe Ndijima Minima. Say how Bush doctor, Bush God.
It's not about religion. Religion fakely to deceive people. That is it. Bottom line.
That is it. I know we have to be talking all. The son is sick. He lives in the United States, and the mother, they know how to get them. Say, bring the person, bring it. An 88-year-old woman, Tawakalitu in Lumoka, has narrated how she was allegedly defrauded of 36 million naira by one Olurufemi Ayodeji, who promised to help cure her US-based son. He bring the person, he say, I will take you to one herbalist. Yeah? After he says she's a goddess, a sea goddess. And before you can say Jack, Amigoya, Mianyo Bonata, 6 million. So that is it, it's religion. Let me go to another topic, please. Here to open the eyes of our people, using religion to scam. Now, this other one, Spark Nation, SP is a SPAC, is abbreviation. UK shots Pastor Toby Adeboyega's church over 1.9 million pounds fraud. Let me read it a bit. Just please listen. The United Kingdom government has shut down Salvation Proclaimer Ministries Church, popularly known as Spark Nation. The London-based group was wound up after failing to account for over 1.87 million pounds of outgoings and operating with a lack of transparency. Do you see what, we talk about it even also today. Do you see how system is superior to religion? Do you see it? Do you see the reason why you want to go to London? Because the government there, they have a strong institution or strong institutions that controls everything. It's not like a place in Nigeria where any person can set up anything, God call me, and he will start scamming people. In the UK, this person failed to account. They look at his transactions, how he's sending out money, the money people are giving to him. They say, what are you using it for? You come and promise people, God will bless you, sow seed, this and that, and the people give money. If it's in Nigeria, people will say, do they force you to give? Sometimes people in Nigeria make me sick. They make me sick. It is them, the same people that will say, no, leave him now. They didn't force them. They don't know what it means, accountability, transparency. You must give account of everything concerning your financial behavior. That is it. That is why that is the reason why if you go to British Embassy in Nigeria, people are sleeping there to lining up, dying to get visa because of all this accountability. Because they're able to hold you at the GO accountable. Ask him, all this money people are giving you, how are you spending it? In Nigeria, they will tell you, oh, no, he's a man of God, leave him. It doesn't. Does it concern you? It's his money. He didn't force anybody. But they concern because
he gave it to God.
Please come God, in before I continue. I want to read it more. Continue what you are saying before I come.
They will say, "Oh, why are you asking him to give you an account? You gave the money to God. Are you asking God to give account to you, accountability to you? After all, what has God has been doing in your life? Are you accounting for it? And then they will go on. This is the difference between having these people in overseas and having them in Nigeria. Because if this man was in Nigeria, he would have bribed his way out. Simple.
Why they're not bribing? Why the no person can question him? If you try to question, do you remember one pastor, one puffy pastor like that? Is it in Abuja that people complain of rape and he was arrested, and the following day he was, whether he was even arrested? Many girls, many women complained, sued him about rape. It is the same people, congregation that are exonerating the man. No.
Yeah, Suleiman.
No, it's not Suleiman.
It's
not Suleiman is one, but it's not even Suleiman. There is another one that used to dress like Michael Jackson.
I can't even remember. There are a whole bunch of them.
There are a whole bunch of them, yes.
What you just tapped into now is the problem we have in our society. We continue to pound on the politicians, I agree. But the argument is this, which I have raised, person like me. These politicians could not have been doing all this bullshit. Excuse my language. These so-called men and women of God could not have been getting away with these shenanigans if the people who are called by my names according to their Bible, who are on the larger side, the masses, the congregators, the people who are now running around about people, take a stand and say, we demand accountability. We want this, we want that. Not just saying it, take a grand stand. Mazi, that is the problem, because it is out of this population these people emerges. Your politician emerges from your population. Your pastors emerges from your population. They are the mirror of what the population have become today. So what does he say? The society is rotten. The society, because out of them are these individuals spewing out, and that is why because inwardly believe in what they're doing. That's why they cannot stand up and challenge them. That's the problem we have, and that is what we're trying to preach on Yoruba Biafra, to provoke minds, provoke thoughts, to know that you as an individual have the right to live, have the right to live just like the next politician, have every right to survive and live to whatever belief you believe in, just like any other pastor or any other person from any denomination. Nobody, God did not give them any mandate. They are just as important as you and I are. That's what we are trying to provoke, Mazi, and we must get it, Mazi.
Of course, we must get it. Of course, because just as you said, it's just like what we have been saying here always. People blame politicians, oh, they are evil, this and that. But it is the mirror of the people. Because these politicians, they didn't fall from another planet. They come out from the people. That's it. They come from the people. So when we talk and when we blame the politicians, blame this, we blame everybody, because in order to, these people do things with impunity, but the reason is that
because
people support them,
because they have
yes,
they have enabler.
Exactly, they have enablers. Let me read this in. Let me finish it before Mazi Chinedu, who has joined me now, will come up. The investigation of the founder, 42. Sorry, just hold on. Let me just hold on. Hold on.
1834.
Just hold on. Before I go on. Before I continue. Now let me continue reading, please. The investigation of the founder, 42-year-old Nigerian-born pastor Tobi Adegboyega, started years back. Reports had it that he and one other spiritual leader, Mariam Mbula, told their parishioners to raise £100 a week, £100,000 a week. Oh, if you want God to bless you immensely, you should be giving immensely. Give as He pains you, and you don't know that they are scamming you because you are an idiot. You are not here. You are an idiot. Oh, He did a miracle. Oh, it's Him. Because of Him, I get my job. That is lie. It's you. You are belief. You are belief. That is the only thing. You are belief. Instead of you to believing in yourself and the thing will work, you carry that belief and give it to somebody. That is the reason. UK's insolvency service, in a statement on Friday, said the church takeover was done in the High Court on June 9 before Judge Burton. The official receiver has been appointed as the liquidator of the company. His church, his company, or they refer it as a company. Do you see it? So, you know, UK government have taken over there and now they will liquidate it. Can this thing ever happen in Nigeria? Look at when a building fell in Lagos. Church building that's supposed to, I think, be built 2-story or 3-story building. They go there and mount more than. What happened? What is the outcome? Many people died, and that's it. Because he's a big man of God. He is above the law. He is even the useless people, miserable people that will be defending. Oh, he's a man of God. So is he the cause of the felling? Well, that is, we are a black race still far behind in enlightenment. You know, they used to marvel me. You know, when they say, oh, the Illuminati is taking over the world in the world order. Why are your brains not illuminated? You are calling Illuminati, or they can use as if it's something that is so horrible.
Why would they take over when they're dealing with reality or dealing with illusion? Why wouldn't they take over?
Why wouldn't they take over? You need to get your brains illuminated. That is it. That is wisdom. People that understand the secret of this world, something you don't know.
Yes.
Because you yourself, what you are looking for is only money, 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 money. You don't have time to enter into yourself in order to try to understand, catch wisdom. And once they do what you come out, oh, Illuminati, New World Order. Why wouldn't they have New World Order? Why wouldn't they use a COVID-19 string to kill everybody? Because you are just a waste of space, honestly. Before I continue, let me please. Well, I don't know whether I want to say something before I bring Mazi.
Quickly. Mazi, when you invoke that all we're thinking about is how to make money, you know, sometimes I'm like, it's not okay. One thing is to think about how to make money, but another thing is how to put the hard work on to make money. Where our people are today, they just want to sit down in their mind, dream, just don't want to engage their minds. I call it lazy mind, and somehow the money will fall from heaven, because that's the only way somebody can tell you, sow a seed, don't do anything, within 24 hours you have a miracle, money will come from a bank. Human beings deposited the money in the bank. You did not deposit any money in that bank. Somehow that money somebody deposited come to your account. Isn't that stealing? So because the Illuminatis, they are not just philosophers, they believe in reality. When they come up with the concept, the idea, they engage their minds, they do those things, and they come to practicality. That's what they're doing. Now people come out from this high horse of living in abstract, which is illusion. Just sitting that this person that is saying, oh, the pastor prayed for me, I got a job. Didn't you go to school? You went to school. Okay? You acquired a skill. So if you want me to believe that job by pastor giving you anointing oil, praying for you, speaking in tongues is what got you a job. Never go to school, have no skill, and then just go and apply to be the CEO of a company because a pastor prayed for you, and let me see you get that job. People should get up and wake up and understand the reality, Mazi. I'm going to hear from here with
we still have a long way to go. Why we suffer, why black race is at the bottom layer every part of the world, because of the mentality. We are still behind, highly behind. Now I'm going to bring in Mazi Chinasa, who is one of the members of the Directorate of States in order to speak to Biafrans in few minutes. Please, Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me? You are still on mute. Unmute yourself, please. Why? Just hold on. Why? Mazi Chinasa. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear me? I'm talking to you. Yes, yes, you are. You are. Okay. Please go on.
So I'm on air directly.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, you are. You are on air. Go on.
But the Mazi is having echo.
Do I? Maybe it's from, I don't know. Which means let me then bring you back. Let me.
Mazi Jonas.
Yes. Let me bring you back. Let me call you back. Let me bring you in again.
No, Mazi Jonas.
We must just hold on. Hold on. Mazi, can you hear me? Let me see. Where is even this application? Sometimes please hold on. I am trying to bring Mazi Chinasanworu. Mazi, can you hear me now? Mazi, can you hear me now? No. Mazi, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, but I was not hearing you on Skype.
Okay. Just please go on. Go on. Go on. Welcome to the.
So I'm coming out clear.
You are coming out crystal clear.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu. Good evening, Biafrans, and good evening, the lovers of freedom. I thank you all this evening. Actually, I did not plan to come on broadcast there. I do not know how the communication went out. People were that I met. I posted. People said that I'm coming on air. So many people called me and said, "Are you coming on?" I said, "No, even you." So, but I see that since there are people waiting who already got informed that I will be coming on air, then I decided to just come on air for these few minutes. My words are repeating.
Your voice is very crystal clear here. I don't know. It's not repeating on my system. On the app, everything is clear.
Okay. Everything is clear, but it's repeating on my side. Anyway, dear friends and all the lovers of freedom, this evening I would just want to touch only few points based on the things that are happening in our land. My name is Mazi Chinasanworu. Is from Obingwa. Obingwa is in Aba province, and I'm a member of the IPOB Directorate of State, and also representing the indigenous people of Biafra in the Middle East. This evening, I want to use this opportunity to thank all Biafrans, all Ambazonians, and all Oduduwas who participated in the Freedom March in Brussels, in our 1 million man march that just took place on 14th and 15th of June. Really, Biafra, very proud of all of you who made that time, pay your hotels, pay tickets, and make sure that protest is a very successful one. It is one of the protests that people will never stop talking about during this our journey for freedom. Therefore, I thank every one of you that I thank everybody who attended that protest. I thank all the European reps, the mobilizing officers who did all they could to make sure that this two-day protest went very well. And from the IPOB leadership that were present in that particular place, we thank every one of you. We got the message was delivered, and I hope all for a continuity in working for the restoration of Biafra. I also thank all the IPOB stewards, the Biafran stewards, who adheres to the instruction that was given on that day based on infiltrators and the Nigerian agents. Unfortunately, some of them did not want to hear. They think we were joking, and one of the Nigerian agents was caught in that particular place. There are also some infiltrators that we identified, and some of them ran away. I've got report about 3 or 4 of them. Somebody identified them as infiltrators, and they disappeared from the environment. But for the Nigerian agent, we after the protest, we have got information that the Nigerian government is asking that the thing seized from that their agent should be returned to them, and they are making it very clear this evening. IPOB will never return that particular device. It is very, very clear. Do not threaten anybody. You know what is an international law. You know what is espionage. What that man committed is an espionage. He should thank himself and thank God that he was not harmed, that the IPOB steward, the Biafran stewards there, was able to identify him and seize those devices he was using to record our people and transmitting the information where he thinks those are the people that we use the information he's transmitting to harm our people. We are making it very clear that particular device is now in the hands of the M branch department, who will go through and see the communications and the things and all the plans you have made against our people. It is a warning that anytime Biafrans are gathering, we do not expect any spy, any government agent, any infiltrator to come around where we are organizing our programs or handling our activities. Because if we lay our hands on you, you are seizing their properties, you are burning their properties, you have never paid for anyone. Therefore, those who are calling the IPOB coordinators, there is nothing concerning IPOB coordinators on this matter. That particular device or property is now in the hands of the M branch department, and we will go through it and see what is involved. We are not going to return it. Nobody should threaten anybody, because we send out this warning on that particular day and ask every infiltrator, any Nigerian agent, to keep away from our program. And I believe you are a government, you are an institution, you know what espionage is, and you know the punishment for espionage. Kindly keep away from anywhere IPOB is organizing activities and programs. We are fighting for our freedom. We do not want infiltrators. We do not want Nigerian agents in anywhere we are doing our things. That is number one. Mazi, number two, there is a video going around on social media. There are many misinterpretations and meanings read into it. But I want to use this evening to clarify, dear friends. I have been on this program several occasions, and I have informed our people one thing. We will not condone crimes and do not applaud those who are committing crimes in the name of ESN or in the name of IPOB. We have made it very clear through our writing, press release, through our radio programs, that IPOB do not support any criminal. We do not support any kidnapper. We will not condone them, and we don't have anything to do with them. Also, those who are using the name of IPOB to commit crimes, we are not going to leave them. If we get them, justice will be done to them. But in this particular video that is circulating, do not applaud it. These are criminal gangs who are killing themselves for crimes of ransom. They have nothing to do with IPOB. They have nothing to do with ESN. You can see a lot of things happening in Biafra land. Please, Biafrans, be careful the news you applaud. Be careful the news you don't applaud. What you saw there is two groups of criminals, those who claim to be ESN. They are killing themselves for ransom. They know what they are doing, but after committing all those crimes, they want to use the name of ESN. And this evening, I want to make it very public and make it very clear. There are criminal camps. There are criminal camps between the borders of Anambra and the Imo State. IPOB and ESN has nothing to do with these criminal groups. The one in Osihitokwa, Osumohu, Lilu, Ihiala, and the other places which we are going to on Tuesday. I will be on air and I will name everything about that area. If you are among the people thinking that you are with ESN, thinking that you are part of ESN, they deceived you that they are ESN, you are on your own. IPOB and ESN has nothing to do with these criminals who spend time kidnapping and killing our people, who spend time snatching the cars of our people, who spend time committing all kinds of atrocities in the name of IPOB. They are not IPOB, and they will never be IPOB. In IPOB, let me make it very, very clear. Every member of the IPOB or ESN must have a family unit. There must be a family where you belong. Even ESN, everybody in the ESN are recruited from the family, from the volunteers. Every ESN officer have where he or she comes from. There must be a family unit. The people that ran away from Imo State prison, they are not IPOB ESN. They are most of them are the people in that axis. They now with some political talks, and those they invited outside Biafra land, those they invited their criminal friends, they invited to come and help them. The government is just running around. They do not want to confront the criminals. And we are making it very clear that nobody, any criminal gang, you are committing any crime in the name of IPOB, we will come on this radio and we will expose you. We will make sure that people knows who you are. Here in IPOB, we will not cover any evil. If you are part of IPOB family and you have started committing evil, we will come here and mention your name. You can only cry for a few days, but we are not going to condone any evil. That is something everybody must put it down in your skull, that IPOB will never protect you. You are an IPOB member. You say you ran away from IPOB and join autopilot or the infiltrators. When you go out there to commit crime and they catch you, tell them that you are an infiltrator or tell them that you are an autopilot. Do not start calling people, say you are IPOB. You was IPOB in 2020. You was IPOB in 2021. No, you are not an IPOB member. We have respectable people in IPOB. If you look around IPOB, you will see there are all kinds of professions, doctors, professors, supporters, business captains of business. I mean, all types of people are in IPOB. Businessmen, sports, athletes, you can mention them, evangelists, pastors, traditionalists. I mean, all kind of people, respectable people are in IPOB. We cannot afford to dent their name or what they believe in, because never in the history of this movement Have anybody been instructed? Never in the history of this movement have anybody been informed that you have to go and commit crime, you have to do this, you have to go and kidnap. It has never been done in IPOB, and we will never do it, because we have come to fight for our people and not against our people. Therefore, if you are an IPOB member, you feel, or somebody deceive you that you are in ESN, and in this ESN you know that you are not in IPOB, you do not have a family unit, you do not know who your coordinator is. If anybody tell you he is ESN, ask that person who is your coordinator, which family zone do you belong to. This is a simple thing you can ask them. It's just like somebody said, I'm a member of IPOB. He say, my chairman, you ask him what is the name of your coordinator. He say, my chairman name na this. In IPOB, we don't answer chairman. We don't answer president. What we answer is coordinators. So when you ask the ESM member, you say, who is your coordinator? Which family unit do you belong to? Because when he tells you this, it's very easy for the leadership to trace the person down to where he belongs to. Criminals are always there. They are always there to take up any opportunity, any chance to commit crimes in the name of IPOB. That is why we are saying this evening, those who care to know, or those who wants to understand what is happening. Also, the Ebubago in Imo State, they are creeping into Anambra presently. The Ebubago are also committing the same similar crimes. The Ebubago people are also kidnapping people. They are kidnapping the Biafrans, asking them for ransom. If they don't pay, they kill them. The Ebubago, today they have kidnapped one Igwe in Olo. Today, Ebubago has kidnapped him, and as they have kidnapped him, people will be shouting, oh, it's IPOB, or no, it's Ebubago that kidnapped that traditional ruler, and they kidnapped him with more than 10 other people. So, everything that you are hearing on social media, kindly be very careful before you start to claim, oh, these are people. No. We do not condone all these people. We do not want all these kind of criminals in our midst. We are not going to accommodate any criminal, especially the criminals that are hiding in Osumohu, claiming that they are doing things in the name of IPOB and ESN. I want to make it clear that they do not belong to ESN. They are not part of this movement. We do not recognize them. We don't know who they are, who is controlling them, what they are doing. This is just a criminal gang killing and kidnapping our people, and it is our duty to inform the public. We are not going to accommodate anything, or we are not going to accept anything that will tarnish the image of this movement. Today, they kidnapped Eze Magnus Chukwuemeka Duribo at his palace in Uwoma Autonomous Community, Umuowa Autonomous Community. They were kidnapped by Ebubago people and maybe up to 10 other people. They kidnapped them, and this is how they will extort money from them. When they fail to pay them, the next thing you will hear is that they will kill them. We know many people that Ebubago have picked up and killed, and nobody is saying anything. Why we are saying all these things? ESN is doing their own job, which it is not something we are going to mention to the public. But our duty is to make sure we clean all those who are destroying the name of IPOB, destroying the name of, we are doing it in our own way, and we are not going to explain it to anybody. Because we found out that the government, some devilish politicians, and some of these criminals answering ESN and the fake ESN, all of them, they are all doing this thing for money. It is all about greed, to make money and tarnish the image of IPOB. It is very, very important. Very, very important that everybody will understand what is happening between Imo State and Anambra. There is no way IPOB will go where they are burying somebody and ask you to pay them. If not, you won't bury people. It doesn't happen. There is nowhere. There is no place IPOB will confront people. IPOB is taking care of people, burying people that they killed also. Most of our people killed, IPOB are burying them. So it is impossible for somebody to bury his loved ones. Then you will hear it is fake ESN that is going there. I ask all IPOB media warriors, go out there, defend this cause. We have nothing to hide. What we are doing is a genuine movement. Our hands are clean. Anybody planning evil against us, he will fall into that pit he's digging against for us. Finally, what I want to say this evening is our leader's case is coming up on 28/6/2022. We want every Biafran to be very, very careful. We know the tradition. If our leader is going to court, don't say they have not come and announced. Let us stop all these confusions. Last time people said, oh, every day, any day, our leader is going to court. There is always a sit at home. And we want everybody to be on alert. Every time he's going to court, it is a must that we must sit at home in all Biafra land. And if, like what happened on 26th, we know that many people have traveled to Abuja. People have traveled to Abuja before that date. They said the court has been postponed, or the court was not going to sit that day. Please, if you get to Abuja, this is also part of the struggle. If the court is not sitting, kindly return back to Abuja, kindly return back to your destination. There is no need to make protests. Nobody should push you, say because they didn't bring him to court, you started protesting Abuja. Please do not do that. If they say the court is not holding, you kindly return back like most of you did the last time. And also always be on alert. If they say the court will not hold, also we will alert the public. But we are sure they have given 28th of August, 28th of June for the next court sitting, and that day will be a sit at home. Finally, I said it last time when I was on a interactive program. IPOB leadership under the command of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, officially, we are not asking, we do not have any official statement. I have gotten a lot of information in Enugu. People are complaining that Mazi Chinedu did emergency broadcast and said everybody should go to take his PVC. Please discard this information. This is lies from the pit of hell. These are people who have devised another means to blackmail the leadership of IPOB. IPOB leadership did not ask anybody to go to take PVC. There is no official statement on this. And we are saying, the only thing we will tell you is this. For those of you who want to go to do politics, if you are IPOB principal officer, please step aside from the IPOB activities and go your way. Do not bring politics into what we are doing. We didn't come out for this struggle because of P2B. We didn't come out this because of PVC. We didn't come out for this struggle because we are looking for Igbo presidency. We did not come out of this because we are fighting for somebody from an Igbo extraction to become the president of Nigeria. That is not. Our people that have died, over 5 million people, did not die because of PVC. They didn't die because of Igbo presidency. Most of us are in exile today. It is not because of Igbo presidency. Most of us have been killed. It's not because of Igbo presidency. Many of us have destroyed our source of livelihood. It's not because of Igbo presidency. Please do not bring the politics of Igbo presidency into this Biafran struggle. And finally, for those of you who are not IPOB members, who are supporters of IPOB, or who want to participate in Nigerian politics, kindly do not use the picture of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in any of your PVC campaign. This is a warning we are giving everybody. We don't have time to come and tell you, if you don't want our trouble, if anybody don't want our trouble, you are a politician, you are this, do not use the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB leadership in any of your political statements. If you don't want our trouble, we are making it very clear. What matters so much for us now is our leader. give us the date for a referendum, and they make sure our people are secured, Fulanis are driven away from our land. One thing is this: we are not going to accommodate or are going to accept. In many years, they have killed our people because of politics. Political thuggery, using court people, all these things. And why? We are not doing any of this. Anybody, our people have been killed enough, our people have been displaced enough, our business has been destroyed. Anybody, because of politics, any politician, for his sake, our people are being killed, destroyed. We are not going to take it easy with that person. If you come, you want to do your politics, do it. But you see, in Biafra land, if any of you, because of your political thuggery or this thing, and our people are killed, things are destroyed, IPOB will place a ban on any political rally in our land. If you do not want our trouble, do your things, but do not cause insecurity in our land, because we have enough insecurity in our land. If any politician, because of him, they start to cause and kill our people based on the insecurity we have at hand, we will place a ban on those people in order not to turn our land where politicians will come and kill. If you are people from the court, they are using you people to kill our people because of political issues, we are not accepting it. We are making this thing very, very clear. Our people have been killed enough. Our duty is to secure our land and protect our people. Anybody coming in any form to kill our people, that time they will see the other side of IPOB and the ESN. Therefore, Biafrans, this is only what I have to inform you this evening. I will be coming on an interactive program on 21st. That means on Tuesday. I'll be coming on an interactive program on Tuesday by 7 p.m. If you have your questions, if you have your doubts, if you have things that are disturbing you, please kindly put it together. I will be here on Mazi Chinedu's program on 21st. That is on Tuesday, June 7 p.m. Biafran time. And I will tell you, may Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless every Biafran, bless all of you, those who have remained strong in this struggle, those who have remained steadfast in this struggle, those who have continued to support this movement, those who, at the end of the day, you stood when this storm was raging, when the enemies were coming from any side. The battle is not yet over. It is not yet over until our leader is released unconditionally, until a date of referendum is given to us and Biafra is restored. This journey is not going to end until we achieve those things. The people can blab. It is a matter of time. The truth will always come out in open. We have nothing to hide. We have come to serve Biafra, the IPOB leadership, and all the principal officers around the world. We are all dedicated. Our reasons is because Mazi Nnamdi called us, and many of us, we heard that call, and we are here to serve our people, to make sure that that promise that was given to them, that we will restore Biafra, that we will make it come to actualization. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu. May Chukwu Okike Abiyama bless you and bless all of you who have gathered this evening to listen to this gospel. Ndewo no much. Thank you.
Ndewo Mazi, thank you very much. And remain blessed. We must continue. This is Radio Biafra House of Service, coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. You heard the voice of Mazi Chinedu outlining things that we should know. Therefore, we must continue. We must continue in our normal Saturday program with one other Marian T. Heather. We must continue on our religious discussion. Just hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you back to today's edition. I will go straight to the topic of my submission today, of our discussion, I should say. Father, I hope you are hearing me. Are you? Father, please, before I continue.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, good, good. So, as I said, the topic of our submission or our discussion is a discussion today is just like a question. Should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in modern society building? That is the question. Should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in this modern society, in a modern society building? That is a question that we are here to discuss, of which after we open our lines as usual so that people will start calling. But let me continue because we must preach this gospel. We must. So, should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in a modern society building? You know, let's start by saying that a nation is a large body of people united by common descent, history, culture, or language, inhabiting a particular country or territory. That is why we call Biafra is a nation. Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is just a cut and join, amalgamate, a racial construct. That is what Nigeria is. An enclave, just an enclave, you know, a very messy entity. There are many ways to describe it. Nega area, a place of darkness, where there is no even physical electricity. There is no physical electricity. They are living to, you know, to their name. Almost 80% of people that are living in that enclave called Nigeria does not have access to electricity. The electricity, the one they even give one hour in a month. 80% don't even have access to it, and you call that place a country? No, God forbid. Religion is therefore, according to the definition of that a nation, religion is therefore part of a uniting factor of a people. That is a nation. It should never compete with nation in loyalty. Let me go to just flashback in history, because you know I like, you know, flashing back so that it makes people understand more. When you talk about religion, loyalty, and belonging, the ways people think about who belongs and who does not have been influenced for centuries by religious beliefs, as well as beliefs about race and gender. However, Enlightenment era ideas about natural rights and human equality challenged the notion that one's religious belief should determine a person's rights and privileges in a society. In the late 18th century, the United States and France were both new democracies with large Christian majorities, struggling with tensions over religion, loyalty, and belonging. Listen, in 1791, that is 18th century, late 18th century, France became the first European country to grant emancipation or full civil rights to its Jews, its largest non-Christian minority. As a French member of assembly named Clement Tonnerre put it, we must refuse everything to the Jews as a nation and accord everything to the Jew as an individual. I don't know whether you understand what it means. What it means is that a Jew being, you know, as their religious belief, as a community, that they will not give them anything, but we accord them a right as a Jew, just like as any other French citizen. You understand? Because you cannot have a nation in a nation. That is what he meant there. Now, in other words, as long as Jews kept their collective identity and religious practices private, their rights as French citizens were ensured. But the constitution granted nothing to them as a religious group, meaning that their loyalty to the nation France should be superior to their religious belief and identity. In 1799, 10 years after the French Revolution began, Napoleon Bonaparte declared himself emperor. Listen, you know, I used to talk about this Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte is the most loved. When you talk about France, you must talk about Napoleon Bonaparte. He is not a Democrat, for your information. He is a very huge dictator. He declared himself an emperor. But do you know what? He's a good one. Because he loved his country. He made France. He steered France to where they are today. That is why my argument always, I say, you see this thing they call democracy, which they are using to scam everybody in Nigeria. It's a cycle of deception. Complete. I saw it unequivocally. A cycle upon cycle of deception, rolling around, chasing shadow. Is it not a democracy that they are sharing people money? They share people money. Koro for you to vote. Can't people reason, for goodness sake? Why have they put every one of us in a shadow? How do I pursue shadow? Much ado about nothing. We are just going round and round for nothing. Oh, democracy, now the election fever is there. That is democracy. Sharing money. Somebody will go into office only to be looting money for 4 years. During 4 years of campaign, he will be sharing little of those money he looted. Is that what you call democracy? Napoleon Bonaparte is a very big dictator, but a good one. French infiltrators, let me call them like that. He killed many French people. The anti-revolutionists, he called them. He slaughtered tens, if not hundreds of thousands of French people. And that is what instilled the discipline today. Do you understand? But they will not tell you all these things. Okay, let me continue. In 1799, 10 years after the French Revolution began, Napoleon Bonaparte declared himself emperor. Questions of French citizenship and nationality still persisted. While some felt that religion was to be kept out of public affairs, others, including Napoleon, felt that Catholicism had a special but he's back. I think I had technical breakdown, and it's back.
You're back in there.
Yes. I must make sure. Let me check whether I am coming out on air, because I had some in my dashboard before I continue, because we must be people must be listening or hearing to what I'm saying.
Yeah, you are rolling on fire.
Let me see. I want to check the app.
Sample the audience where they're hearing you. But I know there was a brief disruption.
I am coming on air. I'm on air. So our voice is heard. It's on air. So let me continue in what I was saying, please. Let me continue in what I was saying, please. I talked about, let me start again. In 1799, 10 years after the French Revolution began, Napoleon Bonaparte declared himself emperor. Questions of French citizenship and nationality still persisted. While some felt that religion was to be kept out of public affairs, others, including Napoleon, felt that Catholicism had a special relationship to the French state. In 1807, less than 20 years after Jewish emancipation, Napoleon summoned a group of French Jewish religious leaders in order to find out how loyal they were to France. Do you see it? The Jewish leaders stated clearly that their allegiance was to France and that their religious affiliations was secondary to their national identity. In the decades following this exchange, Jews climbed slowly but steadily up the social ladder in France. Many of them became well-known artists, authors, and scientists. Others developed flourishing businesses. Still others enjoyed successful careers in politics and in the military. In a story that will be echoed across much of Europe, however, an upsurge in anti-Semitism toward the end of the 19th century disrupted their progress. And the rest is history. Because the climax came up in 1930s and till 45 when they had a Jewish genocide, the highest Jewish genocide by Germany, by Germany. So that is it. And that prompted them to start looking for their country, and today they have their country. Because, had it been the Jews continue, we want a Jewish presidency in France, in England, and after they will give, they will give you small. After after that, what do you see? What do you have? So what we are talking about today is about loyalty. Should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in the modern day society building? That is the question. I have given to you, I have read to you some excerpts about the Jewish loyalty in France, confirmed. You understand? People seems to be more loyal to religion in Nigeria because Nigeria is a failed state, a practically non-functional state. Therefore, religion is seen as an alternative to fill the gap created by the government. But in a modern society, it is absurd, highly absurd. Religion plays a more functional role in the world's poorest countries. Is a fact. It's not a propaganda. It's a fact. You understand? Religion plays a more functional role in the world's poorest countries, helping many residents cope with a daily struggle to provide for themselves and their families. You understand? Just like what I read, one of the news I read, one church that is Jew in the UK, they shut it down, and they are going to bazaar the church, sell it off, liquidate it. Why? Because the man is using the GO is not scamming the government per se. It's the people. Now, the question is, because an average Nigerian will ask, what is the matter of government there? What is the government doing in the church? It doesn't concern them. But it concerns them because loyalty of the people should first of all go to the government, go to the nation, and not to the religion. Contrary to what is going on in Nigeria. That is why in Nigeria, there is no security. That is why in Nigeria, everything is upside down. Because there is no strong institution or governmental institutions. What they have, people now devise a means to survive by believing. Oh, you know, when there is a job, for example, a job notice of maybe 10 people on the paper, you see 100,000 people will apply for a job meant for 10 people. Now what do you see? People will go use call pastor, pray for me. Pastor will tell him that pastor will use that time in order to scheme the person, scam him. Now sow seed, go and borrow money, sow seed. After sowing, he makes sure that you promise that after, once you get the job, the first salary is for the pastor, the church. Now every other one you'll be paying tithe, 10%. Do you see? Because you have no other option. You depend on luck, and the luck you are calling is God, the religion, through the religion. Or you go to the native doctor that will wash your body, tell you to chop shit, eat shit, in order to get that job. Or you go through the politician, any politician you can, to sacrifice, you know, if it's a lady, to, you know, offer yourself anyhow. A job that is a space of 10 people. Now, it is, you see 100,000 people applying for it because there is no job. That is the reason why religion flourishes. Do you understand? Imagine out of that 100,000 people that apply for the job of only 10. Now, all of them, some go to Islam to do their own thing, to pray and give what they call zakat. In traditional also, some will go and buy a bulle, buy and make promises. Some will go to church. Imagine, indirectly, even if it is 100 naira, imagine how much. 100,000 people paying 100 naira, of which it will not. I'm just giving an example how much it will be. That is why people now believe that religion solves problems in Nigeria, which is not. It should be the work of the government. That is why people should, in this modern day society building, loyalty should be to government, because the nation, in other words, government, you know, is the government that is the God you are seeing. You know, our leaders started saying it. People don't some people don't understand. The government is the God you are seeing. They provide for you the normal amenity, at least basic amenities. An organized government, organized system. You know, you see people don't pray even. Or let's say pray minimum. In Nigeria, everything you pray for security. If you are going from Oluto, before you go, you will pray so that to cast the demon of kidnappers, to bind them. That is number one. Political thugs, Fulani headsmen, Nigerian Ebubago, army, police, military, custom, the civil defense, not to kill you. You know, now ordinary thieves, not to by mistakenly shoot you, armed robbers. Do you understand? The trailer that is carrying a container that is not well done, it can fall on you, on the car you are in, on your car. That is Nigeria for you. Everything is no government. There is no presence of government in whatever you are doing. So that is why people now tend to go to belief. Oh, you need to believe, because that is, you have no other option. Do you understand? But normally, religion shouldn't be the priority in our loyalty. When Napoleon Bonaparte he called some Jewish leaders and asked them, this is your religion, Judaism, every time you are gathering secretly. You know, that is the reason why the first apostles were persecuted, we are hunted down, because they believe that they are secret society. Imagine, you know, there are things you need to understand. Because the people don't understand what they are doing. Every time they are gathering in secret, sharing bread, doing their own thing, ritual. They don't even mingle with other Jews, other people. A call meeting, they don't even come. Every time they are on themselves. So people became suspicious and say, what are these people doing? The same way when you see so-called cultists in our land, you see, the other day I saw people, you know, video of somebody secretly videoing some people they say cultists, Yahoo boys, doing their rituals. You understand? The same way you demonize them, because you don't understand what they are doing. They are doing it secretly. That is the reason why Jews also started persecuting the early Christians. Always they gather in one place doing their thing. No person, they don't come out on open in order to expose what they are doing. So the governments also become, people in power became jittery and said, these people with all these things, we don't know whether they are planning to take over everybody or to fight us. So they start demonizing them in order to persecute them. Do you understand? So when Napoleon Bonaparte, he was, you know, he was pushed into calling the religious, Jews, they are French people, but they are Jewish people. Judaism, the origin from Israel. So they practice Judaism. So you people, you know, we have had many things, but let me ask, are you people loyal to your religion or to France as a country or to our nation? Which one? Which one is you have priority? Which one do you prefer more? Is it your religion? They say no, our religion is secondary. The nation we are, France is our country. Do you understand? France is our country. So we are loyal to France and nothing more. And he was assured. French people, they were assured, because they used to see them doing their thing secretly every time they gather in their synagogue and lock door and do their thing. They break their bread, they do their rituals and read through their, that time they were using Hebrew as a liturgical language in liturgy for prayers. Before, is it Yusuf ben Yehuda formulated Hebrew to be a national language, you know. Now they assured him and said, no, our first loyalty is our country, so do not be afraid. And that thing made them, they continue thriving until mad people started putting demonizing them, using propaganda that Jews are this, they, even if they are in your country, they don't believe, they believe only in themselves and their religion. The same way they demonize us Biafrans today. Oh, Igbo people, hey, they love money, oh, this and that, hey, this and that. Now people started massacring them in a very bigger way, which makes them that feeling at home as their country. Now they say no, they need to look for their country. So what are we saying? Religion, it should be secondary. During the olden days, we have treated this thing many times. During the antiquity, religion was handy in order to organize, to make people. That time there was no real functional government. So religion was handy in order to organize people into one motive, into one focus. You understand? But today, countries are formed. We have natural nations which we are not existing as of that time. Because that time most human beings were hunter-gatherers. They were nomads going from one place to another. Once you go, you can meet other people and you join them. Others will join. If it is to fight, if you fight any person that kill themselves, others will join themselves or take by force, and they will mix themselves. Now religion becomes handy in order to use the, bind them together. They believe they have to have one belief system. Today, why religion is flourishing in poorest countries, it is a fact. Statistics say it. People have done it. I mean the statistics. If you go to countries like Nigeria, even Nigeria, 99%, 98% believe in religion more than anything. Because in Nigeria there is no electricity. So you trust on God to at least touch NEPA people so that they will give you light at least to 1 hour in that day, so that you can at least charge your battery. So that is why you believe. Do you understand? The security, you have to believe in God. You have to believe in your religion. You have to rely on your pastor's holy water to guide you, because there is no government. Do you see the trick there? So that, let me stop here so far, so that Wada will come in before I continue. Wada, can you come in here?
Yes, Mazi, I'm going to job well done, but I'm going to start by saying this. Why? Because it was a question. Why I believe, I as one, and why we must begin to think this way, that and agree that the government authority or laws and orders of the government or a society should override that of religious belief, respectfully. Because let me come from the context of even the religious people or religion. They believe that really, to us or to everybody, religious belief or a belief of chasing the things of the spirit has nothing to do with our physical existence. It is for the world yet to come, if there's anything like that. I'm leaving it there. I'm not saying there is not. But our race or our beliefs, when it comes to religiosity, our actions, our activities, has something to do with a world that is yet to come. Some believe is immediately we die, some believe is going to come later. But it has nothing to do with physical existence. So if that is the case, now we are living in this physical existence, in physical environment. The argument becomes, what must we do so that we can have a meaningful life activities, be productive to environment, to our society, impact, improve, to live a quality life from the inception of our birth to the closure of our lives? That's the argument. Religion cannot give you this structure, because religion is about spiritual dimension. So if that is the case, that is where you see that societies who have come to that level of reasoning, awakening of the mind, realize that yes, we may not discount religion, because hey, human beings have a part of them that is yearning for that. But for us to have a good life here, or good quality of life, fair at least, let me use the word, we must come up with something that everybody will galvanize to. Because when you come to religion, you have different denominations, you have different facets. Why am I bringing this way? Now, in the olden days, because you tapped into it, in the ancient days, it looked like religion flourished, or religion was okay to be used to rule the society or set the tone or the values of the society. Yes, because let's go back and realize that in this time we're talking about, people lived according to their own self-belief. It was a communal thing. What am I saying? In these communities we're talking about, you never saw somebody, there was never like an Igbo or let me use the Igbo or a Biafran, because when you talk about Biafran, because we are in this struggle, you can see that all the indigenes of Biafra have a common religious belief. There might be variables where here and there, but when you really pay attention, you see that our way of worship, our way of going to our God are basically fundamentally they're the same thing. So it was possible to have these people operate on this belief system. It would have been very, very difficult if somebody had tried to bring the belief of a Westerner, let the person live in Biafran land at this ancient time, and try to rule them under this Biafran value system. It would have been difficult because everybody gravitated towards their own. So that was why it was possible then. But in the modern society we are living now, you have people from different belief system, value system, spiritual or religious system. So if you want to operate on beliefs to galvanize these modern ways now we're living, which is called countries, is difficult. So that is why you must come to a set rule, which is set up by the government. Because first of all, the job of the government of every society is to make sure that your people are taken care of. You look out for them, provide them the basic amenities. Religion cannot provide you this because there is no one religion. Even when you had the Catholic as the major religious movement in the world, many years back, there were other rival, religious settings that were operating. So that's what is happening. You cited an example with France. Mazi, I'm going to go a place that is very close to us, Ghana. If we all can, some of us can recall, in between the 70s and 80s, Ghana was in a mess. Something happened. A young man called Rawlings arose. Just like you cited this person from France. If you look at Rawlings, he was not democratic. He was a military guy, I think retired. He rose, so he was more of a dictator. He rose and said, we must follow this principle as a society. And he made sure that all those people who were destroying their community, their country as a person, that is where Ghana began to make a U-turn. What is the argument I'm making? The argument I'm making is this. In our own place called so-called Nigeria, the problem is because they don't have a constitution that is designed for the people, by the people, to bring just basic standard of life for the people. So when you don't have that, your operating document is already flawed. And according to the word of God from the Christian Bible, once the foundation is broken, there is nothing the righteous can do. Which is the argument we are making today. Where I believe people like me and some people in the IPOB's movement are saying we are not interested in this politics because the foundation is already flawed. You're trying the same thing, you're going to get the same result. Either it's referendum or let us know whether we're staying or we're going. And if we are staying, let us come together and constitute this thing called constitution that is going to be beneficial to us, not just for the few. And if not, let us go and start our own life as a group of people who have some basic certain beliefs and principles that are guiding us, which is I'm not giving us too much accolade, but when you compare people from the Biafra land and the rest of Nigeria, I will do the White brothers, and that's why you see them agitating. You can see that we think differently, we operate differently, we are all diverse everywhere, which is where we have some of us picked up this understanding and knowledge that we cannot continue to do the same thing, that all these places we are here in diaspora are not better than us, that the only thing that has set them apart from us is structure, government structure, not religious structure. That's the problem we have. Even when you listen to these politicians, they can't even agree with themselves. So how can they lead you and I? That's the argument. So that's what we are bringing today. We must realize, and when we pay attention, we realize that all the developing countries, with all due respect from them to religious settings, are those who have made progress and continue to make progress as far as human development is concerned. are those who have risen above religiosity and said, we are going to operate on a constitution that is established by the state and for the people, by the people, to govern them. That is what we are talking about. And that is what we want our people to understand. Because, Mazi, it's not new, it's not a difficult thing to do, but it's just bringing our people to that mindset so that we can all rise up and realize that we cannot continue to be playing this Russian roulette and expecting something else to happen. It will never happen. Religion cannot give you water. Even, because you hear some of our people make argument, oh, when the colonial masters came, they brought us education. It was not religion that brought you development. People must understand when they came with multiples, they came from multiple prongs or facets. They had those who were operating on the religious prong, and their main mission was to use religion to pacify the people so that they could not revolt, to let you believe that your own culture was less superior than their own culture, which is their belief through religious system. And that was what we treated last week, where we tried to let our people know that no culture, no religion is superior than the other. But they were able to let our people buy into that. So they did that. Why they did that through school? Because through school, you have to start indoctrinating the children in that your belief. That's really why they set up the schools. They didn't set up the schools because they love you so much, they want to bring development. No. They set up the schools or the so-called institutions because through there, they were able to get our children, get us when we were very young, and instill their own belief. And that is what we're suffering today. Because we grew up through this system, that's what most of us believed. Because our ancestors, if you go back, you can see that some of our, even up to some people like my grandfather, they were still revolting this Western civilization because they didn't grow up with it. But we that came through childhood, to it was imposed onto us. This is their belief. This is their Western culture. These are the people that are even defending it today because that's what they knew. So they believe it's the truth. And that was the smart thing the colonial masters did. Get the children, teach them their own language so that they begin to forget their language, because your language is your culture is who you are, and then impose their own religion on us. We are the ones defending it now. They're not even defending it. We are defending their way of life and abandon our own. That was the smart thing to do. So, but it was the government of the same Western people, the colonial master that came in. They had a government in system that whatever they call development, that built the roads, gave us water, gave us electricity. It was not the churches. People must separate these two, because sometimes our people try to lump this argument together. It was the government. The laws they enacted were the ones that provided us with NEPA, waterworks, a secretariat, set up the government, the system. It was not the religious people. Their own was, they were used as an instrument to pacify the people while the colonial masters ravaged and raped the continent, especially the country, and going thoroughly down with a laser beam Biafra land of all their natural resources, both human intelligence, human resources, and whatever you can call that God bless us with. Mazi, I'm going to use for now and let as you continue.
Okay.
See what comes up.
Let me continue. To buttress what you said, complete and full loyalty and patriotism to the nation is an obligation as long as we are humans or human beings. It is the government that organizes, dispenses justice, equity, and fairness as long as human beings are concerned. Government sets a common standard by ensuring law and order. But when a government fails to carry out her duties, it creates a vacuum which could be filled with anything, including religion. And this brings chaos. We are seeing it in Nigeria. Religion is only about belief and personal perception, which could always differ on different people. Government is about collective interest and focus. That is what we should understand. Just like you said, Religion is just, a belief system to attain spirituality. And we are living in a physical world. We are living in a physical world whereby you need to first of all organize yourself before entering the spiritual world, which you don't know. Don't they say the devil you know is better than even angel you don't know? Yes, than the angel you don't know. So our loyalty should be on the nation, on the government, which we are doing today. We are trying to steer our people back to ourselves, to believe in ourselves, our collective selves, I mean. According to a social researcher named Gregory Paul, there is no situation where you have a really highly religious nation that is highly successful socially. You understand? There is no situation where you have a really highly religious nation that is highly successful socially, because they are opting to go spiritual. So they neglect the social, the physical part of a human being, which is the most important. Because no matter how religious you are, you must eat. It's physical something. You must eat. It doesn't matter whether you bake the food, you must put food into your system.
All these basic things.
Yeah. So it's a basic thing for survival. You understand? That is why we need to, our nation should be priority, or should be prioritized in our loyalty. Prioritizing loyalty. Okay, let me come. Religion is a way of life and ritual, or rituals. Rituals are meant to attain spirituality. Just as I said before. Meant to attain spirituality. Is a belief, a way of life, and rituals meant to attain spirituality. Whereas a nation is meant for human physical organization and advancement.
Physical existence.
Physical existence. It doesn't matter whether you have said it here several times. It doesn't matter how religious you are. You pray, you fast, you pray 10 times a day. If you want to move from Lagos to Abeokuta, you must enter something physical. You must go by car, or by bicycle, or you fly by air, or you go by train. It's something physical you must do. You understand? So that is why it should be the priority. We need to stand. Yes, we need to start from where we are first. That is the physical world. Go on before I continue.
Yes, Mazi. Let me give these Thomases, these doubters, or these people who are finding it difficult to understand the simple logic we are presenting here. In this, their so-called election brouhaha that is going on in Nigeria now, let me bring all these spiritualists to reality. Why is it that because all of them are invoking God, whether they're coming from the Muslim section, calling from Christian, everything they say, oh, by his grace, in the will of God. God said this, God said that. Fine, let me go with your argument. Why didn't they all sit in their respective homes and let an announcement be made from heaven that this person is the one that won this is their primaries? Number one. Number two, why didn't they just go there? Okay, let me remove that one. Why didn't they just go to that conference? They did not campaign. They did not talk to anybody. Most of all, the most heinous thing they did, they spread money like pouring water. Why didn't they just fold their hands and be praying in tongues? And at the end of their praying seminar or conference, there'll be an announcement, you have won. Why did they have to put the works in? I'm not supporting what they did, but I am talking to these people that want me to believe that all I have to do is to pray and miracles will happen. These people now, why don't they just go to any of these daddy GOs and stay in their homes, stay in their churches, let them continue, let them raise a crusade, call all their so-called prayer warriors, and let them be praying under the day of the election. Their name, whoever the individuals, their names will be announced that they won because they were praying. The argument, that the point is that no, they all went in, they started campaigning, bribing people, doing everything, turning every stone. That's how they emerged. This is putting in work because you're dealing with physical reality. Why didn't all these daddy GOs pray for them and for them to win? Why did all these they have to give these daddy GOs money for them to campaign for them, directly or indirectly? The PVC now you're talking about. Why are you campaigning for PVC if you believe that there's nothing God cannot do?
Wow, even Pastor Bakare that said that God said he will be the 16th president of Nigeria. He got 0 votes, zero.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Why can't they just sit in their respective homes and let all these people pray for them and then their name? Because people are not thinking. Why are you campaigning for PVC when you believe that you can just pray in tongues and miracle will happen? Because there's nothing like that. It doesn't negate the power of God. It doesn't negate it because He put you and I here, give us something called brain and mind, and say, go ye, according to the Christian Bible, go ye and subdue, multiply and subdue the earth. I have equipped you with everything you need, I'm paraphrasing, according to the Christian Bible, to dominate and rule. And we chose not to engage our mind and saying we are praying 24/7 in tongues. If God wants you and I to pray according to the Christian Bible, let me quote the one I studied most. He would have said, go ye and pray, and everything would have been given unto you. He never said that. Even this God we are talking about did not stay in heaven and make announcement and say, I am going to save you. If you believe the Christian Bible that Yeshua came to save man, the soul of man, if you believe in that, let's go with that mind thought or train thought. God did not stay wherever the heaven is and made the announcement. According to your Bible, He came down on earth physically to teach, to show, to liberate. That's God Himself, omnipotent, omnipresence. He that created that was not created. He physically came to manifest, to show. And then a human being is telling you, you don't have to put in any work. So just sit down, the Fulanis will go. You just sit down, they will give you Biafra. You just sit down, they will not, just pray. The herdsman will understand that killing is bad. Excuse me? This is not truth. It's not truth. So what we are saying here is this: reality. Until a government or a group of people galvanizes themselves and come up with a document, rules and regulation, laws, call it whatever, enact it, that is going to be for the common welfare of the single man on the street. Mazi, look at what we're talking about, Owu. Where is the leadership? People that are telling me to continue with one Nigeria. Where is the Biafran leadership? Where is the Igbo leadership? They call themselves apex. Do you understand what it means? That's the highest. And your citizens, your people, when the primary objective of any group of people or society or leadership is to protect their people, the welfare of the people, especially life and property. Did you even hear it from them? Did they even take out time to go and find out whether our Mazi? Let me tell you something. As soon as Nigeria became a security quagmire, American government released a press statement. All our citizens, because they know that Nigerians that are citizens in America have what you call dual citizenship. They made an announcement for us. We are advising all citizens of America, those who have, especially those who have dual citizenship, do not travel to Nigeria. It's a security risk. They know that we have this dual loyalty. But because one of our loyalty belongs to them, they value us. That's what it tells me. They thought about me. They made an announcement. But my own, somebody who is claiming to be my representative in that contraction has not even inquired, because that should be their first assignment. Anywhere these headers, anywhere there's a crisis, anywhere that the property, the life of a Biafran is stamped, or even there's a crisis somewhere in Nigeria, the first thing they should do is to go and find out, is our people one of them? And if it is, we must advocate for them. The BTLers are doing it, Mazi. They are doing it. Even to their cows. The BTLers will call you, our cows that were killed in Abia, we have made the government to pay for cow animal, Mazi. But our people were slaughtered. You didn't even hear them talk about it, that, oh, this thing that happened in Owo, we found out that our people were involved. What are we going to do? Never. All that busy running around is backbiting themselves. Who's going to be the next president? They have lost that. We want them. Now it's about vice president. He's going to elude them. It's not my word. It's on the ground. It's glaring. So what is your job as the epic of the that represent the Igbos? You don't care about their welfare? You will kill one Israeli. To them, they will tell you one Israeli that is killed is more than 500 Palestinians. That is how a nation sees their people. You kill one American, you have killed one too many. That's how a society should see their people. You cannot be seeing your people, they don't matter because they have not directly affected you. You are then not supposed to exist as leaders. What are they doing for us? Nothing. And they want people to continue to follow them. People cannot sit down and ask themselves questions. They have brought the military into our own cocoon. Raping, violating every day is on social media. It's like people we have become numb. This is how people were killing. They're killing. So my argument becomes, when finally it's going to dawn on them that these people meant what they have said, that their main mission is to fulanize, to subjugate us. Meanwhile, you have finished killing or diminished the population of the youths that's supposed to defend and fight. Is it all these old men that some of them can't even stand up that are going to come and fight? That is the most painful aspect of what is going on. So, why am I saying this? Mazi, our youths, today's message should be waking up. Realizing that this thing they have put into their brain in the name of religion cannot give them what they're looking for. The only thing they can give them is a well-structured government. And that's what Biafra is preaching. And that's what Biafra wants to bring. And that is the mission of Hamadike and the DOS. Mazi, I'm going to take
okay. Okay. Just in continuation of what you are saying and what I was saying before, prioritizing loyalty to religion brings anarchy, because you act based on your personal belief and perception instead of abiding by a national law and order. It is the job of a nation, a government, to control everything. In Nigeria, one mad person will come out and say, God called me. You know, once people hear God called me, I'm a man of God. Hey, finish. Even if he's pooping his pants, his knicker, or his trouser. No person might, oh no, touch not my anointed. Oh, you know, everybody. This is bunkum, for goodness sake. System should be superior, or is superior to religion. System controls religion. That is why United Kingdom took the church of the so-called man of God. Heaven didn't fall. Angels didn't blow Britain, throw fire and brimstone onto Britain. All those things that are being feared in Nigeria. Hey, it's a man of God. Hey, you with that? Oh, what? No, what happened? Nothing. They are liquidating a church because of financial fraud. Financial fraud. That is the reason. In UK. It's not, they want to tell him this is not in Nigeria. You can be in Nigeria and do anything. Here is different. Do you understand? Because here we are in a physical world where whatever you believe is different. Now, even in the religion-based nations, religion-based countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghanistan, even northern Nigeria, it is still the human government that implements their religious laws. Do you understand? The people they're born, somebody they're born in Lagos, one prostitute, because they have Quran in the room by the customer that slept with her even. Why didn't they wait for God to burn the person? It's still them human being that did the thing. So the message they are telling is not that thing they are telling you to wear spirituality, religion, this and that. God, no, it is still them that human being that are doing the thing. So there's a hypocrisy there in a place, in a religion-based nation, or religion-based nations like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghanistan, even northern Nigeria. They have Hizbah police. Why didn't they say, oh, okay, as far as you are okay, God will kill you if you do this? No. Human beings still organize in order to implement their religion-based law. Do you understand? It is still human government that implements their religious laws. They don't allow your personal interpretation of the same religion. Rather, they force everyone to abide by the religious laws based on their own interpretation. So that if you steal, they cut your finger or your hand. They don't wait, let God do it for them. No. So what am I saying? What we are buttressing is physicality. It matters. That is the most important thing. Physicalness. System is superior to religion. Any country that is called the republic belongs to the people and not to any cabal, politician, or religion. The republic belongs to the people. Let me tell you, like in the history of Europe, this enlightenment made them abolish their monarchies. Many of their monarchies in Europe, some they turned it, like in the United Kingdom, they didn't abolish it, but they made it become glamorous, ceremonial. These were the people that we are preaching before. They use religion to tell people that it is God that instituted them, the family, to be custodian of the people. Therefore, people worship them almost. People serve them. They were, above the law, above the human law, because there is God that put them in this seat. This is what even Nigeria politicians are trying to turn Nigerians into, to believe. That is why you see a governor, he will say, it's God that do it. It's God that do it. After using human election or rigging, human being to write and rig, now they will come out and say, no, it is God that put me there, it's God. The same slogan.
The will of God, he told me.
Yes, or God told me. The same slogan the British monarchs during the time of antiquity, during the medieval period, the time pre-enlightenment era, before enlightenment of Europe, all those monarchies, they were using, God to tell me, it's God that put my great-grandfather and now I'm here, so it is the God that put me there. So you people should obey. Anything, the word of a monarch becomes the word of God.
Mazi, remember before that monarchy came, they must have destroyed other people to take that position. After they kill other people,
yes,
Henry V is one of them. You go and kill people, then take over the mantle of leadership, and then start telling that God is God.
The same thing Nigerian politicians are doing today. It's the same thing. They are pushing Nigerians back into Stone Age. Mentally, I'm telling you. You will see people start talking, God, Tinubu have come out, it's God. Which kind God, for goodness sake? He rigged it. He used his money, loot your money, loot you dry. You don't have internet connectivity, you don't have electricity, and he used the money that should be used in putting all this, setting up all these infrastructures, and come up, pay people crumbs in order to elevate him to be rigged into office. And after you come out and say it's God that put me into this position, and you believe and start blowing the horn for him. That is stupidity. You are back in the Stone Age. Let me tell you, France monarchy ended with French Revolution. When people open eyes, I know. What we are doing is historic. That is why I'm always happy to be part of this, because what we are doing is rising up people's, rising people, making people be enlightened in order to be wise, to open eyes. It happened in Europe. And French Revolution, after French Revolution, the monarchy, they chased their monarchy into oblivion. Do you understand? King Louis the Ninth.
Soviet Union, Russia.
Yes, French Revolution in 1789. French Revolution, France monarchy was abolished, sent into oblivion. But these were people that have been taking advantage of the people, because people were blind at that time. Oh, it's God. Anytime people, some monarchs, like even the king of that of Japan. Do you know that it is a taboo for people to see him? That is why, if the last emperor of Japan was called the Emperor Hirohito, the one that was deposed, when I think MacArthur, the American that captured him, he made people to know that after all, this is not God. You understand? Because whenever he is passing, the emperor was moving on his horse anywhere, even if he passed marketplace, everybody will lie down flat on the ground, because God is passing. And these people were enjoying it, because people were blind. But a time came, people started reasoning and say, look, these people were born like us. Why should we be doing this, bowing down to people like for what? And you see, in Europe, they started revolutions, and the casualties are these people. In 1792, French monarchy was completely abolished. French become La République. That is republic for the people. It's no more one man's business or one man's property. What they have turned Nigeria into a group of people's property, politicians' property. Whereby anything they give you, you take. It is them that have it. They have yam, they have a knife. Anything they give you, you take. And people are accepting this. That is the worst part of it. Because they are using religious belief. Oh, this one, Tinubu went to church. Oh, he's a Muslim, he went to church. Oh, so he's a good person. And the God say, they have their people blowing horns for them, telling people that God say, this is the person that is will rule. They hear God say, and all they lost all their sense of reasoning. It happened in Europe. So, what we are doing is bringing enlightenment. Portugal, the king of Portugal ended in 1910. Complete. They didn't say let us only a few countries like England that they didn't abolish their own monarchy. Complete. What they did is they turned them into something, just like is their heritage. So they turned them into something glamour, a ceremonial, as they did Azikiwe become a ceremonial president. No power. But it's only when it come with bright colors, big car, this and that. Oh, we have gold. Oh, so that is it. Tsar Nicholas II of Russia abdicated the throne in 1917, bringing an end to the Romanov dynasty. That is it. Because people revolutionize and open eyes. When Mugu fall, Gaiman walk. Nigerian politicians are cheating on Nigerians because Nigerians are Mugus. Their eyes are not open. They are blind.
Yes.
They are highly blind. After they use religion, they are using every weapon to keep everybody sleeping. That is the reason. Why they are doing everything with impunity. And the people, I saw on the social media, somebody videoing Tinubu, I don't know where, in part of Lagos, see people gather, they were calling him Jagaban. These are people that confiscated the future, the destinies of people that are doing, people that are suffering. You see people that are riding Okada, but they are graduates. These are people that are blowing up, Jagaban. But the person you are praising is a demon that is supposed to cut off his neck. The Europeans did it. That is why Europe, everybody is trying to go to Europe. You are dying to go to Europe, dying in Mediterranean Sea. It is when your eyes open, now you can now rise up and say, no, these people, what you are doing is intolerable. This world, all of us coming to this world together. You didn't wear clothes to come out from your mother's womb. Likewise me. So why will it be that, oh, God will bring you down? For what? You are a created human being like me. And people rose up. They pursued their monarchs, people that were using religion to hew them down. Do you understand? Even the last German emperor, a grandson of Queen Victoria, he was the King Kaiser William II. He was the last German emperor and king of Prussia. They abolished them in, I think, 1918. The abdiction was in 1918. What about the Ottoman Empire? Ended in 1922, and Turkey became a republic a year later. They defeated Turkey in a war, in the First World War. It was Ottoman Empire. And they divided, they shared some Ottoman Empire's, borders. And they shrink to Turkey. They call it, it became Turkey. In 1922, the Ottoman Empire ended. The Ottoman Empire, they colonized many countries in Arab, Middle East, everywhere. Now they lost everything. You understand? So not only them, Greek monarchy in 1974, Greek stopped monarchy direct. It existed from 1832 to 1924, and again from 1935 to 1974. They abolished everything, said to hell with this. Italy became a republic in 1946, ending the rule of a royal family. Do you understand? Romania also ended in 1947. These are, I'm telling you this, why were these things able to take place? Because people opened their eyes, as we are trying to do in this hallowed platform. If you go to comment section now, you will see one virus or the other saying, oh, talk. We are talking. We need action. And you tell the person, go and do action, he will not do. And he's still coming to listen. It is this talk that made people open their eyes, and now they shifted their loyalty from religious-based monarchy. The monarchy that, every monarch, they have their religion. Like in Europe, it's Christian, they are bishops. They are always working together. They will tell them it's God who instituted him also. Don't challenge it. You want to challenge God? He's obey your ruler. And the people will be walking, dying, suffering. Monkey they walk, bamboo they chop. Because they put their loyalty in their religious belief more than to their nation. When their eyes started opening, now fire everywhere. That is why, let me tell you, before it will be better, it will go bad. It will go sour. All this in freedom fighting, in a revolution, many things used to happen. So what is happening in our land is not something extraordinary. It happened before. It happened in many places. Where there are revolutions, it's like that. Where people are opening eyes, it's like that. It makes you come out, you say, look, these people, they have been using me, milking me for so long. Why are religious leaders in Nigeria so rich? Because their subjects, I call it, their subjects are so stupid. They are still sleeping. You meet somebody will tell you God of what do you call God of choosing, God of Adebayo, God of Adebayo. It's no more general God. Oh. Do you see how little by little they are creating their monarchy, their monarchy system? Little by little. After this generation, now their children are trained in order to take maybe the GO as God. Do you understand? Their children, no more. From their children, we train their children. Before you know, all these things, all these churches will become now monarchs. All the GO. After this person, Adebayo, his son, if he die, his son will take over the church. That is how little by little Nigeria is diving into Stone Age. People don't understand what is going on. That is why we have to continue targeting this belief, this thing they are instituting in people's brain, in order to make them continue sleeping, being in a state of stupor, so that you don't rise up to make changes or demand for changes. Europeans that did it, you don't see the resultant effect. After the revolution, they started teaching children in France, kindergarteners. They teach them about revolution, how to ask questions. Do not allow any person to deceive you. You ask reasonable questions. Children, babies. Now, when you see a baby speaking, a baby that of 5 years talking, you think you bow. It is because of the education, revolutionary education. That is what Biafra will be. If Biafra is restored, our children, newborn babies that will be able, they will be taught to, when they will be speaking, you think that a person of 30 years old is speaking. These are revolutions, products of revolutions. They want to continue using religion as anti-revolutionary. You know, like the other day, I think one person, is it Adebayo, was speaking. He said, I am not a revolutionist. I don't know. These people, they don't know they are making themselves stupid. You should be proud to be a revolutionist. A very proud one. But in Nigeria, it's a taboo. Because what they understand about revolution is they don't want to talk. You know, Nigeria is owned by very few people. It's a caliphate, a monarchy system. So the caliphate controls. Once as the caliphate, they are holding power, holding everything. And anytime you talk about that word, revo, before you put shun, they don't want anything. They will come after you because they don't want anything that will make people rise up. Look at what happened in NSAS protest. They tried everything to put it down because they don't want, if that thing have succeeded before God and man, by now all the politicians would have run away. What you would have been seeing in positions of power in Nigeria would have been young men and women, students that are students that really want to build their country, children that really want to organize a nation for everybody, because Napoleon Bonaparte is one of them. That is why you cannot talk about France without talking about Napoleon Bonaparte. He is a product of a revolution, and he did it and changed many things. He steered France to a right position they are today. You understand? And that is why you want to go to Europe, because people they checked back. They thought about, their brain started working. They said, no, we shouldn't put our loyalty to this religion and religious talks. Every time they say God, say, oh, it's me, God choose. He say, oh, I beg, leave all these things. What we want is human being. We are all human being. Why are you telling us God? We don't know where he is. Let us organize things ourselves. And that is why from there, all human beings are equal, are born equal. Do you understand? So please, what you are seeing in Nigeria, loyalty to religion, is because there is no country. There is no country. I played a clip before I started, and that clip, it was a police commissioner, a police boss in Nigeria, saying, admitting that Fulani terrorists, they wrote a letter, they received the letter, so telling Nigerian churches to shut down. I don't know that the threat is real. That they need to, you know, they need to be careful. Do not go finish your church early and go. That is all they can offer. Finish and go. Otherwise, they will come and massacre you. You will have no security. It is a high time people start asking questions. Why is what is happening in our so-called country happening? Why? When you start pondering about that question, why, your eyes will start being opened. They are deceiving people using religion. God. Any person that tell you God, say, God, tell him, please, we are not in the spirit God era. We are in a human, in our human sphere, our human realm. And God, that's God. You are saying He equipped us with a brain in order to organize ourselves, subdue the earth. Do you understand? So that is it. Well, I don't know whether you want to say something again before I open my lines.
I would like to tap into, you know, every time you speak, Mazi, with all due, I give you respect. I throw my hats off for you each time. You are an institution. You bring in a lot of things. Hopefully, our beautiful audience and intelligent audience observing them. Now, you tapped into this, which is what has been galvanizing and destroying our people. Religiosity without really using it in the right form that is supposed to be. Religion, yeah, I believe there's a place for it, which is philosophy. Now, before I go into that, Mazi, let me tell you this. It was a shocker to me a couple of many years ago when I had a legal issue, and one of my witnesses was to be a priest of the church I was worshiping. Then I was going to church. Do you know what my lawyer told me? In America, they don't regard the testimonies of priests. I was shocked. And as being the kind of person I am, I'm always curious. I said, why? I said, they're not. Please don't bring a priest. Even if you have to find somebody on the street, their testimony will be more believable than that of this priest. That's how America is set, because they know
they preach meats.
I'm telling you, I was shocked, but so I had to look for somebody else. Because he said, they have diverse opinion. If the guy is a Catholic, he has a way to present, his things. So he said, don't bring religion into it. Just bring in a neutral human person, which was what I said. Moving forward, I heard on interview, I think it was yesterday or so, you will think somebody like Ojos or Kanu, who claims to be educated, he has been in politics for a long time. He has witnessed what happened. Osibanjo is supposed to be the daddy GO of one of the famous religious sects in Nigeria. He has been the deputy or the vice president with this man called Buhari, whether dead or alive. Can anybody cite to me one impact, one thing Osibanjo changed in Yoruba land as the vice president of Republic of Nigeria for 8 years? Nada. Yes, as a religious leader, even in what is happening to the Christian body, he has never come out to speak, even condemn it, even, said this must stop as the second in command of this country. But Mazi, I remember last year when there was a killing of some of these headers in Jos, the so-called Buhari, whether impostor or alive or whatever, came out and said he must be condemned because it was his own people that were killed, okay? And it was a retaliation from the indigenous of this Jukun or whatever. They're somewhere in Plateau. They killed their people, the young youth came back in retaliation. All of a sudden, the president, all you hear is presidency, came out and issued a statement condemning it. Osibanjo has not done so. Where I'm going is this. But all Jews or Kanu had the impetus, audacity to the fools who are listening to him to say, Jagaban, he doesn't see anything wrong with Jagaban becoming the president. In fact, he's invoking for Muslim ticket. That after all, Jagaban's wife is a Christian. And as a matter of that, she can be looked at as the vice president, taken in command of the presidency. Mazi, I couldn't believe I had this. He said, oh, that's my personal opinion. So, the vice president was not able to do anything for the Christian group, even for his own church. even to represent them, advocate for them. There is a wife to the president that is going to be the one people, the so-called religious Christians, should look upon. Moving forward, Mazi, you talked about French Revolution. There is this famous French philosopher. A philosopher is somebody that deals with religion or belief. Whether you deal with it on the elemental forces, a platform or level, which is what we call religiosity, or you tap into metaphysics, or you go beyond, which is what we call spiritualism. You're a philosopher. That's the thing. But he's one of the people that revolutionized today. Let me go to the Wikipedia and read who he is, who he was. His name was René Descartes. There's no way you can take a class, even if it's a psychology, philosophy, sociology 101, without invoking his name, especially philosophy. He says, René Descartes was a French philosopher. Mazi, listen, one, he was a philosopher, a mathematician, scientist, and a lay Catholic who invented analytic geometry. You listening to me, Mazi? My audience, you're listening. This man was a Catholic, but yet he invented analytic geometry, which is one of the things that have propelled human civilization where it is. René did not say, because I'm a philosophy, I am not going to deal with things of science. This is where our people are getting it wrong. You can believe in whatever you want to believe, but that cannot, should not, will not, has not negated the main thing that drives a society into development and modern civilization, which is what? Government, rules, reality, science. You get yourself stuck in religiosity, you stay there, because it has nothing to do with our existence here or experiences here. It's not a place for it. And when you go back even and think about some of these famous scientists that were like Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, go and check their history. They were religious people, but that did not stop them from facing reality. You want to talk about the mind of man? Let's talk about the mind of man. Then we can move on to, this René said, because, I'm paraphrasing him, say, because I think, that means I am. What does that mean? What he's trying to tell you is, because I'm talking about the mind of man, which is what we are wasting in where we come from, and which what has separated us from being where we're supposed to be. He said, I think, therefore I am. But let me paraphrase it. He said, because I have the ability to think, and for you to have the ability to think, that means you have something called brain and mind. He said, therefore I am, therefore I do exist, therefore I am reality. I am not an illusion. That's what he was trying to. I think, therefore I am. Because I have the ability to think, to know, to be aware of my environment, to be aware that I do exist. This is reality for me. That's what he's trying to say here. I'm breaking it down. He goes further to say, the reading of all good things is like conversation with the finest men on the post-centuries. If you will be a real seeker after truth, it is necessary that at least once in your life you doubt as far as possible all things. You must engage your mind. You must think. How do I acknowledge reality? I live in a world of reality, not illusion, where I can touch, I can feel, I can see physical things. I cannot survive in this environment with illusion, with make-believe. Again, I'm going to stop by citing and invoking Yeshua from the Christian Bible. He came in flesh according to them. They said that he is God, God is him. Fine, let me give it to them, the argument. But this God had to come in a flesh to be able to function in the physical realm. Because for you to be in the physical realm, you must be physical. And when he came, he did not breathe air. When he was here, according to the Christian Torah, according to the Christian Bible and the Jewish Torah, which is where you'll find him really, he practiced all the Jewish custom. He did not practice another custom. It was his own custom. The location where God has placed him, that was the custom, that was the values. He embraced and practiced all of them. He ate like you and I. He did not pray and get filled. He breathed like you and I. He did not imagine it and oxygen went through his lungs and came out. He poo-pooed. He did everything we do. He never one day sat down and said, let there be food. Even when they talk about the miracle he did, multiplying fishes. He did not pray and the fish fell from heaven, because he was dealing with reality. According to the Bible, they had 2 fishes and 5 loaves of bread. He started with something that was practical, and then, according to, if I have to believe that story, he engaged in the principle of multiplication. But he started with a reality. I didn't write the Bible. I didn't write the book. So why then, you that claim to be his follower wants to deal with illusion? And then you can turn around and tell me you don't believe in magic. It's illusion. Because anytime you don't believe in reality, the next option you have is illusion, which is magic. And at the last time I checked, magic is not something that is unstable. Even if at all, you might think you're perceiving it. You can't touch it. You can't feel it. It is called magic. We are in the world of reality. We must deal with reality. We must engage our minds. And one of the things, even according to the Christian Bible, God ordered men to obey the laws of the land. He did not say, just obey my law. He said, obey the laws of the land where you find yourself. So what is this telling you? Even the Torah, where we have our commandments, why didn't God just say, okay, I'm going to give you these commandments? It's going to come to your mind. He made Moses, according to the Christian Bible, to write it down and told them, practice this. That's an order. That is structure. That is societal constitution to galvanize and govern the people. Walk according to this constitution and you will see things happen. And our people, for some reason, are chasing these people in the name of politicians and so-called priests, chasing shadow, like somebody that is an addict chasing high that will never get and forgetting reality. In my deduction, in my conclusion, unless we listen, which is what we're doing, which is what Mazi has started on Hamadike, pinch ourselves and realize we're in physical earth, engage our minds, and come to the point where we say enough is enough. The role of a government is to provide us that threshold, the basic amenities, so that we as societies can take our futures into our hand, be able to unleash our each and everyone giving potentials. We are going nowhere. These are the few things, or the major things, that have set the way the civilized society from the uncivilized society. Those who have come to that awakening, that paradigm shift, to realize that the government is responsible for whether we develop or not, and not religious rules and regulations or beliefs. Mazi, I'm going to yield for now.
Thank you very much. We must continue, and we shall go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, our lines will be open, because our time is fast spent, although it is understandable. But remember,
yes, Mazi,
the topic of our discussion today is, should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in the modern society building? Do not go away. We shall be right back.
mystery God. Absolutely no mystery God. There is no God in the sky and there is no devil under the ground. Heaven is not in the sky and hell is not under the ground. Heaven and hell are conditions of the mind, states of existence and states of being. And so Jesus told us to stop looking for heaven in the sky. He said the kingdom of heaven is within you. And that we are the temples of the living God. That the living God lives in our temple, and he does not inhabit the sky, but he inhabits the higher realms of the heavens, of the realm of the secret innermost chambers of the subconscious chamber of the soul of man and woman. And this power bursts forth and emanates forth from him to set in motion a universal order based on principle and law. All of this set in motion by a divine power and a divine force that never dies. It's constant. It just changes forms. God is in man. Can't be in any man. He's got to be in the original man. Because if God is the first and everything comes from him, then he can't wait for anything else. He brings everything else into existence. There could be no white man if there were no black man. It is biologically and genetically impossible for the recessive white man to produce the dominant yellow baby. Biologically and genetically impossible for the recessive yellow man and woman to produce the dominant brown baby. And biologically and genetically impossible for the recessive brown man and woman to produce the dominant black baby. But that black man and his woman, the father and the mother of it all, can produce black, can produce brown, can produce red, can produce yellow. And if the seed runs wild or mutates in the womb of the black woman, can even produce an albino, something which is whiter than white, 180 degrees in either direction.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra London. Today is the 18th day of June 2022. I am here with Wada Marianti Heather, and we are talking or discussing about religion on a topic that says, should we or should our loyalty be to our nation or our religion in modern society building? Therefore, our lines are now open. Our direct number, our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view. We have a first caller on WhatsApp. Caller on Signal, hold on also, please. I'll come to you. Caller on WhatsApp, please start by giving us your name and where you're calling from. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp.
Yeah. Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program. You are the first caller. Please go on.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you, Mazi Jonathan, once again. I greet our sister over there. I thank God for our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. who set up this platform to say the truth, to preach the truth, to defend the truth. I wonder if not Nnamdi Kanu, if not IPOB, what a place like Nigeria will be in the next 50 years. What is going to happen to that place? Because there's no plan of moving forward. Instead, the criminality is increasing day by day. And our people in that place don't know their left or their right. Every country of the world, government first before religion. Religion is just like after the war, there's something they call a club, social club. This social club is when you die, they will give you or your parents give your parents money, or they bury you. That is social club. Just exactly like similar like religion. Though the religion, somehow, somebody can say that he's using it to communicate with God. Just a different thing. The worst thing that happened to Nigeria is religion. Muslim and Christianity. The damage these two religions created in Nigeria is difficult for one to explain. Because if you come to Christianity, you don't know where to start. It's just like some people going to open a shop. Some have their shop, big shop. Some have mega shops to collect money from poor people, reaching themselves, promising them going to heaven. And they agreed totally. And they are following them. When I heard about somebody said he's a man of God in the church, telling their members, if you don't have PVC, don't enter inside the church. If you don't have PVC, you will not take Holy Communion. I know, say, these people are fools. These people are criminal with the Bible. I weep for people. How I wish that this Radio Biafra is everywhere so that people will hear it and become a human being. That is my problem all of this while. I know that by now, this is about 10 o'clock in Nigeria. So many people have slept. Where people are supposed to hear this thing and become something. Even though if you are not sleeping by now, you don't have light to charge your phone so that you will hear the truth. If so, I mean, the thing that our leader did for Nigeria is something that I don't know where and who we do this thing, if not our leader. Because everything about Nigeria, if you are listening to Radio Nigeria, if you are listening to TV or newspaper of Nigeria, you become the animal living inside the bush is far better than you. It's only in Radio Biafra I start to know so many things. That information, only information alone, can make a country to be looking like animal. Information, and that is Nigeria for you. Everything about Nigeria, what Fulani have did in Hausa race, and what Fulani are trying to do in the whole Nigeria. If you see anybody who say that is a politician in Nigeria, you kill him, because he is working to kill you, not only you, to kill your unborn generation, because Nigeria is made to destroy human beings.
Thank you, Mazi.
Only Nigeria, what they are doing is to deceive, to steal human future and destroy them.
Thank you, Mazi.
Nigeria
Mazi, round up,
is
please.
worse than Satan. Thank you. I greet my leader, the man who set up this radio. It's not easy. Thank you very much. All Biafra.
Almost Biafra. Thank you. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
To destroy human beings. Thank you, Mazi.
Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Mazi, I can hear you.
Welcome to the program. Go on. Go on.
Thank you so much, my beloved brother. May Chukwu Okike bless you and bless our sister Marian for coming out every Saturday to preach this gospel, that our people will listen and begin to, do something about it. And before I proceed, may Chukwu Okike continue to guide and protect our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even as the court his court case is approaching. We pray that Chukwu Okike will release him for us unconditionally on that particular day, that his name will be glorified. In the name of Chukwu Okike. He said, my name, fellow Biafrans, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm Austria, and by the special grace of Chukwu Okike, I am the IPOB Austria National PRO. Mazi, just what I want to contribute in this particular issue that we have today is to let our people know that this issue of believing all these their pastors and all those nonsense they are talking in Nigeria will never lead them to anywhere. Look at Oyedipo reading what the Fulanis wrote, the way they are going to destroy Nigeria. At the end of the day, he said, lift up your hands, let us pray. Why can't you tell the people, get your gun, get anything you can get to protect yourself, that these people are coming to kill you? You only ask them, let's lift up your hands and let's pray. I know prayer is good, but people should rise up and begin to understand. People should understand that it is a time we should stand up and begin to do something about this issue that we find ourselves in Nigeria. Ja, alles ist in Ordnung.
Super. In die Höchstlandstraße.
And our people should know that it is a time we should continue to fight for this freedom we are fighting until our country will be liberated, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have made it easier for us to have a platform where we can be able to speak, where we can be able to, bring our suggestions, that everybody will continue to live a life that will yield fruit to all of us. This is where we stand, and these politicians, even as they are preparing themselves to 2023 election, everybody, all of them, we are not dabbling into whatever they are doing, but all we are telling them is that at the end of the day, all of them will come back in shame, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said it. Serve the zoo and come back in shame. Mazi, thank you. May Kabema bless you, my brother. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Remain blessed. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, good evening, Jonathan. I can hear you.
Mazi, go on.
Yeah, good evening. I greet you, Mazi Jonathan, and I greet our sister too, Madam Miriam.
God bless.
I want to thank you guys. So it's not easy. We are listening. Every Saturday I always pick up my radio to listen about this religious issue. Something. The problem is that the thing they have eaten deep into our people. So it's very, very hard to go out just wash it away just like that. What it's not easy. It's not easy. Thank you very much. And Mazi John says about our FM radio station, especially in Igbo Papa, because when I tell me that the radio is not working, they are not hearing it. I don't know if there will be any way, because 2015, 2017, that the transmitter we used to have that time, it covers almost Iguacha and Abba, and the transmitter is very big, and the one they are using now. I don't know if there is any way we can bring that again, because for me, I'm ready to contribute, because that transmitter is very huge and it's helped a lot for our people to hear the broadcast, because this time most that's the most important thing, because during this our sit at home or other things before sit at home or 30th of May, even you watch yourself, we comply more than other states, but this time around now they are not complying like much again. So please, that transmitter is very important. So I want our media head to look into it. Thank you so much, Mazi Jonathan. Keep up. Bless you.
I understand, and many complaints also. Very sad indeed. This radio, our FM issue in Biafra land is giving us a heavy headache, honestly speaking. Personally, I've been receiving complaints upon complaints, but IPOB is trying, honestly. It's not easy to work in that type of situation. A very hostile, more than hostile situation. It's not easy, but we must continue.
Yeah, because
we are not going to
sabotage.
Sabotage everywhere, from every corner. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Mazi, it seems I'm not hearing you. Your voice is not coming out. I don't know.
Yeah, go on. I'm hearing you. Please, the whole world is hearing you. Please, go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mazi. Good evening. My name is Semi Chris, and I'm calling from Italy. My dear brother, a lot of things has been said, but my regards to my sister there, Maria Heda, but I don't know whether because of security reasons why she bear the name, because here I have that she speak very nice Igbo language, so that name Maria Heda somehow sounds somehow to me. So I don't know why. If she has the Igbo name, she can tell us the Igbo name. We'll be calling her that Igbo name than a header. That's a white man name.
Forget about the cover of the book. Deal with the content, my brother.
Sorry?
Don't worry about the cover of the book. Deal with the content.
What I meant to say, a lot of things have been said, but the major problem is that there's one word I used to tell people, and then more days are going on, I still view upon that words, and I find that is a reality. I used to tell people that there's a certain environment you will be. If you don't change the environment will change you. And it is obviously that about 80% likely that the environment must change you. And what is it, that environment? No matter how you are educated, how you sound very, very clean, lightly, very, very enlightened, you go to Nigeria and live for maybe after 6 years, listen to their TV, listen to the people around, honestly, you will change. What will change you? You start behaving like them. If you don't behave like them, let me give you an example. If you look at the zero here, where you cannot just urinate in the street, because there's a place you can go and urinate. But do you know that when I came back from here, I was traveling home, I was inside bus. We get between Ore, police people block the highway, and there's something that touched me that day. The first time after I've spent many years here, I traveled the first time there. That was many years ago, about 10 years ago. So you know what? That thing irritated me. You know what happened? A lady just jumped down from that side bus, the same bus, I think bus behind us, and carried her up her skirt, went by the corner of the road and you were right there. She opened her mouth, something that I have not seen for many years. Do you know why? This is something, it irritated me at that moment, but after 1 week or 1 month I was staying home, I continue seeing it on daily basis. It doesn't irritate me anymore. I become used to it again, to see people urinating in the street, even women. It's something very... So what am I saying concerning my sisters? A lot of things have been said concerning how our people will be enlightened. But the problem is that the percentage of people that's enlightened are very few. The more ignorant, they have the more percentage of ignorant people, and that's why they're being fooled in religious, that's why they're being fooled in politics, that's why they're being fooled in social, political affair arrangement, even their rights. Even some Nigeria doesn't even know their rights. As a citizen, don't even know their rights. Some of them, police will stop them on the road. He has a car, but he don't know that he has right to have his car or drive in certain. He don't even know his right. So how are we going to educate people so that the people that are intelligent or understand things will be superior to those that are not? Because once we have this number higher, it will, other people, the low one will like to imitate the higher ones, so that you see everybody will be enlightened. But I see something very difficult. Look at what happened. Now election has come. That we're talking about P2B, PVC, go and register. Those people campaigning, go and take your PVC. And the same people that tried to vote Buhari out with PVC 4 years ago, 3 years ago, they couldn't with the same PVC. And now they have come back and said, go and get your PVC. You see why why people will say, but we tried this in last time, it didn't work. How could it happen? Possible is it that it work now? They begin to look into it and see that it cannot work. So this is the reasons why people are daft, because the people, you get more number of people that are daft than people reasonable. And sometimes the criminals, even the ones they know, like what our sister said about Ojos Okal. I've been listening to the one that Kwemado just said yesterday or today. We said it. He said that PDP, we in Igbo will vote for PDP. That's what he just said. He couldn't, if he goes to his village, people will make choice to vote any party they wish. But now you come out and generalize it. And I think this is a deliberate work, that sometimes when these TV channel people or other TV stations in Nigeria, they're all going around and bringing some idiots to come and speak on behalf of Igbo. Sometimes they say, we don't want Biafra. Igbo doesn't want Biafra. Who are you to decide? So these the things they project. I think it is deliberate as they project all this thing. So bringing people, I'm looking a solution. How do we bring up our people to be reasonable? Because those ones that are not reasonable corrupt the ones that are reasonable, more in number. So what do we do? The answer is, I said last time, I said, what do we do to elevate the reason of our people? Because the problem I see and understand is they are not reasoning at all. What happened? You might as well just, you say people of Nigeria on the Igbo, 15 minutes people, in something that happened today. But if it happened maybe 2 years ago, it's about 10 years something. They can't even remember it again. Look at the distance we are talking about when France Revolution and other people, 18th, 19th century, about 200 years. And like the distance has taken the black people. Now, those superior to us in age, those that are about 70 years, 60 years, that have no idea, even if they read it as a book, they have no idea on what happened, on how to transform, make that change. But look at your age now. Look at the age when you are talking about this. You see the gap of 200 years. That is the superiority of the white people and the black. You see the gap of their reasoning very far. About 200 years ago, they discovered that the monarchy system, just if you want to know what I'm just telling you, move around and meet somebody from Edo State. Just tell him about this monarchy. He will quarrel. If he has knife, he will kill you. This is their reasoning. This is the things we're talking about. You see the advancement of the white from 200 years ago. They understand that the monarchy system is not working. That making one man a king is something abnormal. But today, some people are trying to defend. That is why they see governors, those in political positions, hey, my excellency, my oga, bowing down for somebody because he's paying you money that belongs to you and him. So the solution is that, now what do we do? I'm asking you this question after you respond me on radio. What do we do to make sure that we prove, apart from talking on radio and all that, what else can we do to make sure that we elevate the reason of our people? Thank you, Mazi. Yeah, we have
Mazi, thank you very much. Let me, before I pick, I have people waiting on call. There is nothing more you can do than what we are doing. Talking. Human being is the only species of animal that converts or can convert their language into advanced or technology and advanced technology. Monkeys, they can communicate to themselves, but what matters to them is only they can say come and eat. You don't know, well, maybe they are talking only food. What concerns them is food, what they will feed their belly. I don't know whether I want let me talk more on this, please. Human being, why we are Homo sapiens, is that our advanced animal, we are referred to advanced animal. We are the only species, the only animal that are able to convert our languages into advanced technology. Other animals, they communicate. That is true. Other animals, they communicate in their own various languages. Even birds, they communicate. Other animals, they communicate. But their sole aim is anything concerning just feeding. Feeding, nothing more. Feeding and or maybe danger. Nothing more. They cannot transform their language into, producing ordinary ink or doing something, produce something that will help them. So, the question you ask, my brother, we cannot use gun and surrender person and say, oh yeah, believe what we say, tell you now, take it, change your bread. It is impossible. It is highly impossible. Let me tell you something. What brings about revolution is not a very big group of people. One person can bring a revolution, or a very tiny group of people. In Tunisia 2011, only one person, one vegetable seller, did the thing. He set himself ablaze, and all hell broke loose. The 2021 or 2020 NSAS protest, what started it was a video by one person in so-called Delta State today, where police brutalized somebody. That video went viral on social media. It's not on mainstream media, and people on their own started rising up. Revolution is not something that you let us start tomorrow. That is why when I think about people that say revolution now, there will be revolution starting from next week, I laugh. Laugh won't kill me. I say, these people, which world are they, Seth? Revolution used to start spontaneously. Let me tell you what is going on. There is nothing more we can do than be talking. Our leader said that our people are like Ozunwa Beke. That is why some people, when they say, oh, talking, oh, let us do this, they don't know that the people that are handling the leadership of IPOB are highly tactical. I don't know, but highly tactical. Because there is a way you can go on issue, it will backfire. A guy with too much on the thing will fall on you. It's just like a house you are building, you didn't put pillar too much, the house will just collapse on you. So, my brother, what I'm telling you is that this, you see this talking, spreading the news. Sometimes it's frustrating. Sometimes you start thinking, you start taking, stock to know. Say, but what this thing we are doing, is it working at all? Why are people still behaving like this? Now you see that something that have been methodically, gradually, heavily, they use gradual process, they use also heavy process, soft and hard method, all mechanism, with money, with education, for many years, to brainwash, damage our brains. Is not something you reverse in one day or 1 year. It takes a gradual process. That is it. It takes a gradual process. We are always, also, even me myself, it's always like that. We Biafrans, we are always like that. Mostly Igbo Biafrans, we want the thing quick. We are not patient. That is the thing. But we can study history. Mandela stayed 27 years. Imagine the Igbo people. 27 years he stayed in jail. People, if it's our people, people will start on the second year, people will start laughing, and people will fall. Everybody will go back saying, "Now this thing, we shall beg, leave this thing." That is how our people are wired. What we are trying to do is to reset all those, nomenclature. It's not easy. It's not easy. If our people are, I used to say that our people, West Africans, are different from people in the southern part of Africa. They are more stronger when it comes to willpower. Will. West Africans are very weak. I have seen it. Which West African country or can endure to fight for 39 years like Southern Sudanese? Which? Everybody now, all of us want to die. I beg, stop this thing. He said, let us be slaves. Everybody find your way how to survive. That is the problem we have. Imagine Mandela, we are praising now. Oh, didn't it in history? Praising him, Madiba. In South Africa, our people are trooping, doing good. But when they were fighting it, hey, Chineke, imagine it is our people. It take that time. Almost everybody will go there. They will be mocking you, saying, "Nah, you want to fight? I beg, go look for money instead. Make a white person friend, your friend, and even if use your brain. We think that we are smart. Use your brain so that you get money. I beg. Anything they tell you do, I beg. You fight. All of us will die before you get that anti-apartheid freedom. I beg, leave. This is a problem. It's something in our gene. We need to remove it. That is why we hammer here all the time. And that is why inside you go to people commenting, you see one virus or the other saying, "Nah, talk. You people are talking. Preaching. I beg, we don't tire for preaching." I've seen its comments. Very few virus. Because that is the way they are wired. Do you see it? So there is nothing again than to continue speaking. Because word changes human being. Talking, it is very powerful. Word changes, it can change you. A time will come, even when you listen. That is why the biggest evangelism is to tell somebody, please, do you have an app, IPOB Community Radio? That is what our leader have taught us. Just don't argue. Tell him, listen to this. When our leader was on air, once you do it to a boy and the 419, this one came out. He never listened before. Oh, he have concluded. No, this and that. He said, don't worry. But listen to the app. He used to come evening and morning, okay? And the person will listen. Before you know, he said, but this man is arrogant. But wait, that thing is saying, there is truth there. You see, he became captivated. That is the power of talking. Well, I don't know whether you want to say something because people are waiting on phone.
Yeah, Mazi, I'm just going to go quickly because you set it up. What our people, some of them are advocating is somebody who is going to, you find a fertile land, you want to plant some seed, but you did not till, and then prepare the land and you want to put the seed. You're going to have a problem. So what we are doing now, we are in the, fertilizing the ground. That's what we're doing. Because, like you said again from the religious context or Christian Bible, everything the Almighty God did was by talking. Creation was by talking. He spoke the word. This word we're speaking is an energy. That's the only thing that can stir the human mind. You don't stir the human mind with guns. You scare them. That is why ideology is the best or the strongest weapon to unclog. What we're dealing with now was an ideologies that have been embedded in us from birth. That is why it's difficult. Behavioral land are difficult to unlearn. So what we're doing is brick by brick, precept by precept, dethroning, removing all these clogs, and bringing a new and allowing people on themselves to see reality. Think about it, because when you have fertilized the people, pregnanted them, you don't need to ask anybody to rise up. That is the difference. When Mazi says there's a difference between volunteer army and those you pay. When you voluntarily came into a thing, you put in your best than when you are being moved or forced to do it. I'm going to back off.
Thank you. Caller on, let me see who is there first. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? You have been there?
Yes.
You have been there for,
yes.
For how long? For 14 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Welcome to the program.
Good evening. Thank you very much. This is your brother in the struggle. My name is Asamebo Elekima Igbaniboye. I've been longing to be given the privilege and opportunity. It's been a very long while, sir. Even though every day, every evening we are with you here in the zoo in Igocha. We are with you despite the fact that they are sabotaging our radio, sabotaging everything, but our app is great with us. We have been highly informed, educated. We have been highly orientated by this platform. This is a citadel of learning. I keep saying, we coastal region of Biafra area. In any way, the quality and the economy, the business system of this contraption, the zoological republic, has been very terrible. Intentionally being strangulated and emasculated by the caliphate, we know that. They are making everything more difficult for everybody, so that even accessing information via our radio becomes a problem. If you can even afford the money to get the internet sources, to internet enablement for you to be able to listen, it's even a miracle, but we'll give God glory. We'll give Chico Gama glory. See, sir, this is an ideology. We tell them when the going gets tough, the tough got going. It is impossible. The caliphate had already come late. We have been enmeshed and baptized into the baptism of Nnamdi Kanu. So the more they lay hold to this man, the plentier coastal area, the plentier the people who are joining, and that's my joy. I have been able to, within these few months, Mazi, go around everywhere, and I begin to make a respective interception as a thorough research about what is happening and the awareness of the Biafran struggle amongst our people. Even those who have been playing like a identical attitude, not concern me, today are fully and angrily, seriously and tenaciously in it. This sabotaging of our radio has enabled us to spread this, our IPOB community app everywhere. And we have a way of doing it, which I'm not going to divulge here on this platform. So I want these people to hear Janjaweed that telling us that we conquered territory in the south, you are wrong. We are waiting for you. We are knocking on together with our Igbo speaking Biafra brothers, and we are together because we are one. We are one. Nothing separates us. We are just like one of my friends will say, we all die here. Instead, Biafra will not come. Biafra. Instead, Biafra will not come. We see them run on radio, on television. We see propaganda everywhere. They've not rendered nothing. Not afraid. It is our land. We know how to go about it. Mazi, coming to this evening's topic, it's amazing. Wonderful revelation like always. Today, yesterday, just like our previous the last callers mentioned, we read online about the warning given to churches to close, not to hold churches again, in the zoo. And the police, I saw it myself. I even watched the video. Shamelessly, the police heads are reading it out to the people and scaring everybody. And then one of the heads here in the Igocha responded, the Winners Chapel boss, that encourage the people and never pray. What shook me was that I thought it was going to really act like a man they call Isa Oguba in the north, one of the pastors. You must all find yourself. What he said was, if you pray, and then secondly, everybody in this church should carry his banner, his sticker, bearing his picture on their cars and on their houses, and that will be as an emblem of salvation and deliverance. Then I say, wow. That took my mind back to the book of God. Yes, sir. I have everything. I could send it to you. I screenshotted everything. I will send it to you after now.
You do,
I was like, wow. I say, could this be true? I remembered in the book of Genesis when God was bringing out the people of Israel from Egypt. The Bible reported that there was a particular country, Amalek, that withstood them and totally wanted to annihilate and exterminate them, and that angered God. Then subsequently, in the book of Deuteronomy, God said he has remembered what Amalek did to Israel when Israel was coming out. Other countries were helping them to gain entrance into the land of the promised land, but this Amalek withstood them. So right now, Moses should embark on a total war to exterminate Amalek, and Amalek's name will be wiped off. Mazi, I'm going somewhere now. Now, do you know what happened? There was some I think 4 days ago, our brother Kimnowe Tarinimi spoke about the topic, about the watchers, and he mentioned that there are 3 levels of watchers. We have the spiritual watchers, we have the media watchers, and we also have soldiers, which is the ESN, and which are trained, militias amongst even the church. It's amazing, great revelation, and I thought the church was to imbibe this if they were really listening. And I sat down and began to ponder on this thing. He gave us some months ago. I said, this is amazing. I was discussing, and I was going to study the Bible. Do you know that Moses was instructed by God? If pastors are, they should hear and hear well. Moses was advised by God, before this war to exterminate Amalek begin, make sure you go and make sure you be on your knee praying. And then Aaron and all were the mere warriors. Aaron and all will be running errands. Go to the war where Joshua and Caleb and other soldiers were fighting physically. These are the ESN. And these men will be fighting physically. Moses will be praying, while the elder, the other media warriors will be bringing influence from the battleground or battlefield to Moses to tell them how it is. In cause of their doing their media war, so their media war, information sharing, dissemination of information, they came to discover that Moses' hand was going down. God said his hand must be lifted up. The moment his hand down, Israel begins to lose the war. When Israel lose the war, Amalek will be killing them and be killing them, showing that this war we're talking about is not a physical war. Yes, spiritually, spirit is involved. That is why we want to thank God for the eyes of our Father. Onyendu has opened our eyes to the power and the ability to get them, and depending in to an extent that he will be involved. These men that we're fighting, we know they are also people who are full of charms, invocation, and the rest of them. The power of Chugabiama and the spirits guiding the Biafra land will fight as spiritual watchers, watch and pray. I want to say spiritual watchers. I'm not talking about pastors. I'm not talking about our traditional worshippers. I'm talking about people who know how to connect with God. It's time for them to go to the mountain like Moses did. As they are praying, everybody praying. Yes, some persons might dedicate themselves to praying, while some are the media warriors. I thank God for both you people, mainstream media and social media warriors. Amazing. Our meaning of, and then we have the men on ground, the Eastern and other men who are dogged and saying we are going to make sure physically we carry this battle to the gate of our enemies. And I want to thank God for what Chinedu has done before he was kidnapped and taken from Kenya to Dodge, by which is going to be released very soon. We're not begging to be released. So finally, what happened? Moses was praying. Everybody. Moses didn't say no. God said everybody should come and pray. No. In division of labor, Aaron and all were the media warriors. They sent information from the battle to Moses, from Moses to Joshua and Caleb. And they are doing their media work and interaction. Joshua and other soldiers were doing the physical battle. So when Moses goes up, Israel will begin to win. Prayer. It is time for this our so-called clergymen. It is time for them to understand and know that if they are called for as clergy, does not mean that everybody must go surrendering on their knee to the enemy in prayers. That was what happened. If our people knew very well that, see, we need to arm ourselves. Some of us there must be a division of labor. Not in the church or in the community, in the market, in Biafra land, where men will be gallant, vigilante, with to watch and watch, so that ye fall not into temptation, meaning ye fall into the snares of the wicked one. There are snares everywhere. Already we have been visaged around everywhere. So watching and praying simply meaning open our eyes. So at last Israel won the war. Biafra will win this war when we are able to the biblical principle of division of labor. It is time for pastor to stop giving us wrong information and wrong. Let us pray and believe God. Take my sticker here to your church and keep. No, it's very terrible doctrine, and God will watch you with your sticker and with everything. They will slaughter you. There are no stickers in that church at all. And that place in the church, there were more stickers even in the church. So it is high time for everybody to wake up. Just France, wake up.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Wire to join the wing of this our calling. Join. If you wire to join the or the ministry wing, join. Everybody must do something. The work is division of labor, and by the grace of Chuka Biama, in no time, Biafra will come. See, I see Biafra coming, and this is the hope of all of us. We wake up every day and night to say.
Thank you, Mazi. I don't know what is happening to your connection. Maybe it's off. That is a zoo. Thank you very much. I think you've met your point. Thank you very much. Yeah. We must continue. I have a caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu.
There, Mazi. Go on, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Hela or Maria. My dear sister, you make me proud, honestly speaking. Both you, Mazi Chinedu, including Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who brought this radio. Because what we are hearing here, we never hear it others. And even though we hear it others, it may be propaganda or lie. But here you hear the gospel truth. I say, may God bless you people all, honestly speaking. You know, including the IPOB members or both the median world, there is a wisdom into them. This is what I'm very, very glad. You know, very, very happy. You see, that my sister Diana is talking about what our own brother, Oju Zokale, is now defending Turumbu. That his wife is so this and that. Forgetting that even when we are talking, Aisha is crying in Asoro. Nobody hear that. He's crying. Even ordinary PAM secretary into this Asoro did not even give. He did not even breathe to even. They are always fighting. So now, You see, my brother, the type of the situation we are now, my dear, I would need to say this open because we need to wage war. They are coming. You see, they humiliated P2B from PDP, humiliated, even warn him, give him caution. You know what Igbo man always like, when they beat him outside, he will come and look for his own brothers to beat too, so that he will bear by versa. I wonder how this man will be kicked out from PDP and now from Labour Party that's not even single governor that's going to secure his vote. You think that we are animals? We are not fools. Okay, even though that he's going to hold that PVC, is he going to kick the Muslim Brotherhood out from the power? He can never even kick INEC out on Nigerian Constitution, including APC and PDP. My brother, we Igbos, we need to be careful because these people have already, both South and North, you see them, 2019 the same, 2023 the same, 2017 they fulfill their achievement, honestly. And mostly, most of the people that are listening this our radio, my dear people, brothers, is outside the people, those that are not even Biafra, not Nigeria. They are taking precaution. Country like Sudan, country like Chad, they have been waking up, indigenous people there. God bless you people and good night. All hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. Thank you, Mazi. We are gradually heading towards the end of the program. I have a caller. I think you're going to be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Just hold on. Please, just hold on. Yeah, go on, please. Go on. Now it's okay. Go on, please.
Okay. I greet you, Mazi, my mentor. I call you my mentor. The secretary of our own time. I greet you so much. And I also greet our Rwanda. You people marvelous well. First of all, let me to introduce myself. I remain Mazi from United Arab Emirates. I thank you people. Don't what you people are doing in your life. Putting our eyes, the coming of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and the coming of great IPOB have done a lot of things in our land. But the problem is that our people, two morons. Our people, our people. You know, this lesson people are lecturing us. Make sure that people reset their brain back to know the reality. Some people are not listening to read Biafra, to learn many things. All these things that you people are teaching us now. If it is university, you spend a lot of money to have this lecture. Spend a lot of money to have this lecture, but you people are giving it free of charge. Free of charge, but people will not, black people will not listen to this wonderful lesson to know the reality of life. But then we go to looking for a Premier League where Chelsea and the Man U play today, and the best comedy, and then where they do crusade, and then where they do this one, something that will not benefit them. Watching BP Nigeria, watching Nollywood movie that will never benefit them anything. But this lecture now, we reset our brain since I started to listen to radio. I'm a football lover, but since I started to listen to Radio Biafra, I have nothing to do again. I don't have time for football again because I have learned many things from Radio Biafra. So I'm thanking you people to keep it up, and I'm saying that the what white man people do to us by this their religion, I don't know how to say it, but will deliver us from this abominable religion that bring the brain of our people, and our people is not thinking normal. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. Thank all France all over the world.
Thank you, and remain blessed. The caller on signal, please. I just pick you, but caller on signal, please. I will give you 3 minutes maximum, please, because I am closing before you call. I just want to give you 3 minutes. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Go on, please. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Are you not talking? Caller on signal. I'm giving for the last time. Are you there? No. I think this is where I'm going to switch off the phones so that we make our closing remarks. Wanda, over to you, please. Your parting shot.
Okay, Mazi. Quickly, another good. I will look at it as another good day. Conversation with our people. Like I said earlier on about dictators, we have to engage our minds. These people, all these scientists, if we go and look into their lives, even the person that came up with this iPhone that revolutionized the method of communication. I can be here talking to you. It's like you're holding the whole world in your palm. In the person of Steve Jobs, he was a religious person. So the only difference with us is that we just, with the kind of religiosity that we are practicing back where we come from, is the myopic one. I will use that word with air qualms, that discourages us from competing with others, letting us know that we don't have to do anything, fold our hands, and that everything will be okay. It's a lie, it's a fallacy. Because even when you look at the individual that are selling you these beliefs, they are not practicing what they're telling you, because they know what they're telling you are not realities. They live in a good house, they have private jets, they try to live the best lives, they send their children in the same society that are telling you are sinful, are going to hell. But that's where they send their children to go and acquire the right education. They impoverish you because they want to keep you down, so that in times like this, time they're calling political this thing, they will use, because they know somebody who is hungry, a hungry man, cannot think rightly. That is why society like where I am, they invest heavily on children in development of the brain. But over where we come from, the impoverished people make them very vulnerable. That's one of the tools and weapons they use. So we are the only one that can save ourselves. And again, what Radio Biafra is doing is to empower people, to provoke minds, provoke thoughts, so that we can take our own future in our hands. That's what we must do, because every civil society, or imagine developing societies, that was exactly what they did, or what they're doing. They take even the Eritrea, they used to be Ethiopia, all of them, but they fought to liberate themselves, and now they're all developing. South Sudan, another example. So we must know that we cannot continue to be doing the same thing and then expecting something different as a result. And that freedom is not given, freedom is taken. So we have to make up our mind. Do we want to continue to be in this quagmire? And do we want our own total freedom and liberation from this contraction? And another thing that people do, we don't have patience. We must learn how to cultivate patience. It's not even up to a year. Barely a year, Mazi was kidnapped, put into the dungeon. Look at where we are. Most of us are going back to, the same vomit. And then if Mazi comes out, they want to segue back and start shouting, holy, holy, holy. You cannot achieve anything without being consistent. And nothing good comes easy. So we must learn how to be resolute. We must know how to be consistent. We must know how to strongly fight for what we believe in. That's the only way we can achieve this project. I know it's achievable. But the only thing we are telling those who do not want to be truly involved in this project, they should step aside, like our HOD said. Step aside. We'll get it. We know we're getting it for everybody. That's what we're going to do. Because even the God you are invoking, some of them are hiding under the influence of religiosity. Look at what is happening between Mbaka and the Catholic thing. Are they supposed to be involved in politics? They're not supposed to be involved in politics. But ask yourself, each time there's political time, they will all come out and begin to give predictions, and none of their predictions come true because they're using their position as men of God, claiming to be hearing directly from Ancient of Days, to be making money and swaying the mind of people. You know, so because God cannot speak lies, true God cannot lie. He cannot speak from two sides of his mouth. God is telling this. Is God that asked this one? God asked Kwankwaso. God asked Atiku. God asked Obi. The same God we are talking about. By the way, look at the caliber of people that have come out. All of them have criminal. This is, if you look at them, they have criminal records. Atiku ran down. Atiku cannot come to America today. They banned him because of money laundering. That the person has come back to. People are hailing that we have forgotten so soon. That was a couple of years back. Jagaban, the same thing. Lekki Toll Gate. Let me talk about that one. So the people that have killed at Lekki Toll Gate have already been forgotten. Their lives do not mean anything. Is Obi? Let's go back to where Obi ruled. All this is so-called record. Can we go and see his record? Because I have not had anywhere in Biafra land where what we're advocating for, where they have 24 hours electricity, they have good running water, they have good roads. And Obi is one of the governors that ruled one of our cities, states. So what record is he showcasing? I don't know. So our people must get this. They are playing the same game, and because of that, they're going to get the same result. But we IPOB have made up our mind firmly, saying that no, we want to dance a different tune because the music has changed its beat. That's what we must do. Thank you all for listening again, and may God continue to guide us, provoke us, give us the mind to understand what is going on and make that change so that we can achieve our aims. It's for everybody to enjoy. God bless you. Bottom line, reality is what we need. Government is what develops a society, not religion. There's a place for religion, and when it comes to governing and ruling the people and setting the threshold for development, religion have nothing to do with it. God bless you all. Marian Heda.
I will start by where you stopped. You mentioned Steve Jobs, and I say yes. You know, in 1968, Steve Jobs, the person that gave us this Apple, all these phones, we are the pioneer. He was going to church, a Lutheran church. He was a Christian. When he was 13 years old in 1968, he came out, he saw a magazine, a cover, of a magazine. The photo, he saw a shocking photo of a pair of starving Biafra children. Biafra children starving with bulged stomach. He immediately took that magazine, the cover, that picture. He went to Sunday school and he asked his Sunday school teacher a question. He said, I hope this God we are serving, we say we are worshiping. If I raise my finger, will God know? A child. Will God know which one I'm going to raise even before I do it? And the pastor answered yes. Say yes, God knows everything. Then Steve Jobs, he pulled out the cover, the picture, the magazine photo of Biafra, far away Biafra, and he said, well, does God know about this and what's going to happen to these children, those children? The teacher didn't know what to answer. He said, yes, God knows about that, everything. Now, immediately from there, Steve Jobs denounced Christianity. He said he don't want to serve that a God, worship that God that knows that these children is suffering like this and he's doing nothing about it. He stopped going to church. He died a Buddhist. You know, this Biafra we are restoring is something. Do you know that Biafra started? It is in Biafra that this Médecins Sans Frontières started. Médecins Sans Frontières of France. Today, it started in Biafra. Biafra is the rising sun. When we say it, people don't understand. The coming of Biafra, the restoration of Biafra, is the genuine independence of black race. It will start from there because you have to start from somewhere. You know, the impostor, we describe us as a dot. And I have analyzed what that dot means in one of my programs. The nucleus, the mitochondria, where life started, or where life starts. The nucleus. That's it. So, what we do here is historic. Bringing enlightenment is not something you can easily make somebody rich by giving him money and he invests or buy share or this and that and he become rich. But to change somebody's ideology is the hardest thing. That is the hardest thing. To make people see reason and abide by that reason, it's not easy. Some people can see that what you are saying is true, but now how can we change? Before we start changing this, I will die. And that will be his reason of not. You know that what we are doing, what we are saying is the right thing. But how can I continue now? Hunger will kill us, or they will kill us, they will shoot us. He will check, when can we achieve what we are doing? I beg. Am I going to enjoy it? It is going to be people in the future. So that selfishness remains there. And he will jettison that ideology, that enlightenment for his stomach. Is the same thing we are complaining. So, as one other said, we are in a world of reality. The world is organized. If you want, call it world order. That is the reality. There must be world order right from time. Because if you leave human being to start doing anyhow without organization, it is the worst. At any point in time, the world must have order. Do you understand me? So that, when you are saying it or you are interpreting it in another way around, it is not, you are seeing things in another way. During the Roman Empire, the Romans organized the world. They imposed on the world the known world to them that time. They were ruling. They imposed their order. The Ottoman also, they did their own. At every time there must be order. The world must be in order. Otherwise, it will be uninhabitable. Do you understand me? That is the reality. So, we are in a world of reality. Religion is just, about belief and rituals in order to attain spirituality. That one, let us do well. Let us arrange where we live. Be loyal to our system, which is what we are training ourselves now. Loyalty to Biafra first. So that, I have seen people that why they don't actively join what we are doing is because of their church denomination doesn't allow them in order to strive for world government. That is their reason. No, but what we are doing is good, there is truth in it, everything is understandable. But now my church belief doesn't allow me. It becomes impediments, and then he stays there. Do you see why we are diving into all this? In order to try to rescue those to whom it may concern, those that once. And you understand? Our brother's question say, what else can we do? Nothing. To rescue people, what we are doing, what we are talking. Sometimes he used to fool our hearts. That's why you see some people, if they are arguing or if they are discussing, they want, if you are not seeing if you don't want to accept that thing, they know it's truth, they are ready to hit you, fight yourself. It's not like that. Reason, people should reason. We appeal to your conscience. That is the thing. Impregnate you with the reality, with the truth, so that later you born. That's it. Pastor Gilla said that you don't kill an ideology with guns and bullets. You understand? That is one thing the caliphate has failed. They thought that we are still in the 14th century, whereby any time send expedition, go and kill them. Every time kill them, shoot and kill, conquer, plunder. No, we are no more in that type of the world. We are in a new world order, where the world is a global village. Anything you are doing in one part of the world, it is being seen live in every other part of the world. You understand? So impunity is no more going unnoticed as before. Before, we depend on BBC to give us news. I could remember when I was small, any military coup that happens in that, I think around 4 o'clock, my father used to listen to BBC. He would be the first to alert us. The military will not say BBC 247 BBC, because there is no other option. BBC will first of all announce military coup in Nigeria before other radio stations will be quoting BBC. The same way Channels Television, AIT, we are quoting CNN for what happened in Lekki Beach, at their backyard at Lekki Bridge. They were quoting CNN. According to CNN, they say, and you are watching, you are looking, say, what type of people what type of human being are these? What type? All these things we are preaching is the reason why countries are developed countries are there, and you want to go there by all means. People that we are able to pass all obstacles, all odds, remove religiosity, remove foolish beliefs, you understand, and now grow above religion. Enlightenment makes you grow above religion, because that time you start reasoning. You maybe enlightenment maybe means eating the fruit of good and evil. Maybe you become enlightened. You now grow above religion. You no more fear that touch not my anointed. If he commit a crime, you start supporting him. No. You no more fear that the Holy Ghost earthquake will hit you if you talk against man of God that committed crime. That is what enlightenment causes. It brings it. It brings illumination in your brain, and you become a near perfect human being that God wants you to be. You become honest. You become a disciplined, a person of integrity. You become unbribable. You become unbuyable. It doesn't matter whatever. That thing you believe in, you say, no. As far as you know that you are doing the right thing, you cannot buy me. To hell with your money. Even if I'm hungry, I don't need your money. That is a person of integrity. Do you understand? So, loyalty to our nation is number one. That is a priority. It's not about your religion. You can believe anything you want to, but it is private. Just like that French legislator or senator said at the 19th century, that they can give everything to the Jew as an individual, but they give nothing to a Jew as a nation. Do you understand? They will refuse everything to the Jew as a nation and accord everything to the Jew as an individual, Jews in France, because of loyalty. Nation, it requires absolute loyalty. Trust the nation and help the nation work, because everybody is a unit of a nation. Do you understand? Your movement. Do you know one day strike or one day holiday? Do you know how much a country loses? Because there is no circulation, because there is no working. Nations lose money because what oppresses nation is we individuals. Everybody is contributing one way or the other. As long as you move away from your house, you are helping. As even as you are speaking, as you are using your electricity, you pay bill. Imagine you shut your meter, for example. You shut your meter. You are not using electricity for 1 month. The same thing another person do. The same thing millions of people in the street. They shut their this thing and move. They are not using it. Do you know how much loss it is? We are units of a nation. And you understand? What we are doing is historic. And history will remind us or remember us in the good book that we did the right thing. That has been my joy. Therefore, stop allowing yourself to be deceived by thinking or making you to believe that religion, once you believe in this and that, that is the it will give you everything. That is not truth. That is not the reality. In this world we need to make it a better place, and the only way to make it to a better place is living together, people with the same opinion, with the same focus, the same ideology. Unlike in Nigeria, where some religious Sharia with their Hizbah going around destroying people's means of livelihoods in the name of religion. Whereas in the South, it's another thing, is secular. How do such country function? How do you think it can progress? How? It is better we are divided and become good neighbors. If I want to go to the Sharia North as a different country, if they want, they continue answering Nigeria. If they impose visa, I will go and obtain visa in their embassy. If I go, they refuse visa, I say I go back home. After all, is it the whole people applying for different visas that are being given? Is it the end of life? The answer is no, because you have a country. Had it been Israelis, Jews continue living in Europe and being good boys and good people, anytime they can stay 10 years, after 10 years they target them and slaughter them. After they give them chance, okay, continue, we are one, just give them pep talk like children. After one rumor will come out and they will slaughter all of them again, destroy their properties. Our properties they have been destroying in different parts of Nigeria. Markets burning. Does anybody talk about it? What about Abule, those bomb blasts, or they call it gas, that killed many people? Where is the outcome of the investigation? Nothing. I say our people are 15 minutes people, human being. Once that thing, once they don't, after that one we go. No person will talk about it. And the caliphate, they know. That is why when you talk, Hanese talk, we will go thunder and brimstone, we will do they laugh. They don't take them serious. The only people they know that we are resilient, we are consistent, is IPOB. Or Hanese, are they not the people saying that if they are not given a presidential ticket in PDP, APC, the two major parties, they specify them that they are going to, they will believe that I will be playing that clip every time. I'll be playing it before I come on air. They will not believe that they have been forced out of Nigeria. Now what is happening? They started clamoring for, okay, we will support you if you do a running mate. And now the running mates, they don't get it from the so-called southeast. They start, you are a saboteur, you are a traitor. Now all of them, they will be going different this thing. Tomorrow, what you'll be hearing is another thing. Don't anyone that win, if it's Tinubu or what do you call Atiku. No, he love us. He love Ndibo. It's 2027. Don't worry.
The wife is a Christian. The houseboy is a Christian.
His wife is a Christian. So you watch these people. Sometimes I say, what type of? I cannot understand these people with a liquid brain. I don't know. Extreme selfishness. They don't stand on one thing. A political person, a political representative should be firm. You know what is firm? You don't get, as far as you are representing a people in a context of Nigeria. You don't talk and tomorrow you change. They will not take you serious, and that is how they will be doing them.
In anywhere in the world, if you're a politician, you make a statement and you change, you have destroyed your career.
That is it. It's true.
They will call you flip-flopper. That's what they do.
That is the reality. That is true. But these people, they don't know. Not that they don't know, but but what baffles me, they will be saying, what we saw sitting down, you never see it climbing Iroko. And we ask, what is that thing you are seeing? Why not come and come and tell us in secret? Say now what we are seeing, that giant we are seeing, the Anakins, they are too much. You give us a clue. Every time you are saying that thing you saw sitting down.
What they see sitting down that we are not seeing, what they see sitting that we are not seeing when we are standing is fear. You just nailed it. Fear. What the Caleb, Salmon, if you follow the Christian Bible, saw when they went by Jericho. This day we saw giants. Okay? That was what they saw. The other people that went with Caleb and Joshua, they saw giants. But Caleb, Joshua, and Salmon did not see giant. They saw the finger of God. That's what is happening. These people that claim that saying what they are saying, we are sitting down, we are not saying it when we are studying. They are seeing giants. That is to them is fear of the unknown, fear of future. We are seeing that we are fighting a just cause and victory is ours. That is different. You just nailed it, Matt. That's what I see.
Of course. Thank you, Nwada. This is where I'm going to stop. Biafra is our religion and our identity, our ideology, nothing more. We must continue what we are doing. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow is another day. From me, Mazi Jonathan. From here, it is simply good evening.
Of the Biafrans, the fire of the eastern land, the promised land, the blessed land of the Chukwa Biafra. Emeka unusi Biafra, Emeka unusi Biafra, Gaimara, Biafra, Gane Bozo Gamiri, Gaimara, Biafra, Gane Bozo Gamiri, Biafra, Gane. One big family, honorable one now, one also, Onere, Abo Calicia, Ore Calicia, one big family, honorable one now, one also, Onere, Abo Calicia. One big family, honorable one now, one also, Onere, Abo Calicia, Ore Calicia. One big family, honorable one now, one also, Onere, Abo Calicia, Ore Calicia. one big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. One big family, one big family. Honorable one Nabanoso, Anabo, Onere, Abo Calesia, Ore Calesia. ekela m obi erile nne nwale.
N'eziokwu ọ na-abụ ofe jụọ oyi esitụnụ ya n'ọkụ ya ha gbara kpọmkwem abalị 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 anyị nọ n'ime ya ka mmachibido nke nnama ndị Fulani ịbata na ịgagharị n'ala Biafra niile ga-akwaso igbodo ma kpụrụkwa ọkụ n'ọnụ. Ndị anyị na-akpa ehi Igbo ewu maọbụ atụrụ ga-ahụ na ha ga-etinye ya n'ọgba ebe a na-azụ ehi atụrụ nke nwa bekee kpọrọ ranch n'asụsụ bekee. Ebe ọgba ọzụzụ ndị a niile ga-enwe akara ejirimara ebe ha nọ na onye nwe ha maka ngụkọ bụ ịgba. N'ihi nke a ndị ọrụ nchọta wike pụrụ iche ga-ahụ na mmachibido a nwere isi ga-amalite ọrụ na-egbughị oge ma ị bụ gọvanọ, sinetọ, eze, igwe, chifu na-akpa nnama n'aha ndị Fulani. Ihe anyị chọrọ bụ ka anyị hazie obodo anyị, mekọta ihe niile, kpara anyị ehi Igbo, wetara anyị ehi Igbo tinye n'ọgba. Nke ahụ bụ nke anyị kpọmkwem. Ka anyị hazie ala Biafra, mekwana ya ka ọ dị mma, ka ọ dịghị n'uche na ịhazi ala Biafra ile mmadụ anya n'ihu adịghịkwa ya o. N'agbanyeghị na anyị na-eji ijeri kwuru ijeri naira ruru 3 trilion naira na-eji ata ma na-asụ adịghị ọcha ndị Fulani ha kpọrọ nnama n'ọnụ kwa afọ niile na-enweghịzi ihe ha na-etinye n'ala Biafra. Emechakwa ha were ego ahụ anyị kwụrụ ha na nnama were gaa zụrụ ngwa ọgụ ha ga-eji wakpo anyị. N'ime ya ha egbuo nne anyị, gbuo nwanne anyị nwaanyị, ebe ha kwasokwara ha iko n'ike, gbuo nne anyị, bibie ọba ji, ala ubi anyị na mkpụrụ akụkụ niile, tinyere mmiri ọṅụṅụ anyị ka ha metọkwara. Anyị abụrụzie kpọmkpokoro tọgbọrọ n'efu ebe ha na-ajụkwa anyị unu ga-eme gịnị? Hel, ihe a sị ya ri otu a ọ rịlanụ mmanụ nụnụ. Onye nyụwakwanụrụ na-eji aka enyụgharị onwe ya. Ọbịa mere anyị chọrọ iji ohere a nyụgharịkwana onwe anyị nụnụnụ, maka na onye na-arachaghị ọnụ ya n'oge ụgụrụ eshepụ ọnụ ọnụ ya nụnụnụ. Ya bụrụ na anyị ji aka anyị na-egbute ụtarị na-apịa anyị mgbe dum. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị nwe obodo na ndị nchịkọta na-ahụ maka ala Biafra bụ IPOB jiri sị mbanụ o zuola, nke mere eme kpụrụ ekete ọzọ emekwala. N'ihi ya na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 a anyị nọ n'ime ya ka nwaada ga-afụ ahịa nkwa. Malite na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ a bụ 2022, nnama ọbụla ahụrụ n'ezi maọbụ n'ọhịa na-akpagharị na-anọghị n'ebe ọzụzụ ya maọbụ ehi maọbụ atụrụ maọbụ ewu ga-abụ ihe eji achụrụ ndị ichie aja ma tojuokwa ala. N'ihi na nnama ndị Fulani ajọka na njọ ma ehi anyị bụ na surugede ewere mpi ya ṅụọ mmanya, ewere ọdụ ya kpaa nganga. Ka ọ dịkwa gị n'uche na agaghị eji nnama ndị Fulani mee ofala, mee elimozu, mee ịgba nkwụ, nye onyinye. Ihe anyị kwuru n'ụbọchị Eke ka anyị kwukwara n'ụbọchị Orie, kwuokwa ya na ngwukwu ukwu, kwukwa ya na nkwọ nta. Ntị naanị ihe aha ka okpokọrọba. Onye ọbụla dọrọkwa n'aka na ntị o, na ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-arụ aka, ma ọ bụrụ na isi nne ya egbu anọghị ya, isi nna ya ga-anọ ya. Nnama anyị na-ajụ na ntị, na-atapịa, raa ụvụrụ ya, mee ihe niile taa nkwobi chai. Ịhụnanụ ka o dowara anyị na otu ihu anyị niile ji dịka ihu nnama. Onye ọbụla na-akpazi agwa ka nnama, obere ihe gị sọ mmadụ mpi, obere ihe iwe ewe gị. Ka anyị lọtakwanụ na ejiri mara anyị. Eji na ụdara nwanne atụnyere nwa ose. Ehi Igbo, ewu Igbo ka anyị chọrọ. Ọ bụrụ na ịbụ onye atamata dị n'ọnụ tumochi, ịbụ tapias and lopias, ṅụpias na ihe niile, ngwanụ banye ya ga-egbuwa azụ na mmiri, zụ nwa ọkụkọ Igbo, gbawa nkochewa n'ime mmiri, fụtawa ya. N'ihi na mgbe rice na-adịghị, anyị alaghị eri mkpụrụ isi ewu. Anyị agwakwala gị, Fero ha na-amaghị Josef gakwa ịbata n'ọgbọ. Onye sikwanụ na ngụ adịghị ire, nwanne were n'aka gị gbaa onwe gị oso, mara otu ofe ya dị, marakwa n'otu ngụ ga-adị n'anya gị. Ozi a si n'aka ndị nwe obodo na ndị na-ahazi obodo n'okpuru onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, oke nwa nke izizi n'ala ọwụwa anyanwụ na-abịara unu. Osisi hara ọnụ anaghị akụgbukwa mmadụ ọnụrụ ka anyị
good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land. Today is the 7th day of June in the year of our Lord 2022. Today is Tuesday. Without taking any other time, I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Chinedu. Mazi, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mazi Jonathan. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you crystal clear. Please go on, sir.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to you all great Biafrans, lovers of freedom, and those men and women of good conscience. Depending on your time zone, I want to say once again, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. My name remains Mazi Chinedu. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Olo province of Biafra land. By the grace of Chukwukika Biama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directors of State as the head of directorate. I bring you warm greetings, great Biafrans, worldwide, especially those of you at the war front in Biafra land. Warm greetings from the supreme leader of this great movement, Nnamdi Kanu, who has all of us in his thoughts and prayers daily, and he extends his warmest regards to those of you who have remained loyal and faithful to this very movement and the fundamental principles and objectives that are guiding this very movement. Last week, precisely on the 3rd of June, Friday, last Friday, I brought to the attention of the international community, the attention of world governments, the attention of politicians in the zoo, Biafrans in all walks of life. I brought to the attention of those who call themselves leaders in our land that there is a coordinated, well-planned agenda to continue the war of 1967 to 1970 against the Biafran people. That war is essentially to ensure that we remain subservient and dispossessed of all dignity that we, the Biafran people, are known for. But before I go on to continue on this series of very important broadcasts, I wish to remind all Biafrans once again, especially those in the diaspora, that all roads must lead to Brussels on the 14th and the 15th of June 2022. That is just next week, a week from today. All roads must lead to Brussels. The Biafran, Ambazonian, and Oduduwa Yoruba Nation 1 million man march comes up on this very date. Therefore, you must not be told. You have to experience it. You have to be part of this event. You have to be part of history. So I give once again the directive to IPOB family members worldwide to begin, if they have not already done this, if they have not already prepared their travel documents and gotten the tickets for their trip, they should waste no more time and do the needful. Also, last week, at the same broadcast, I informed that our call campaign against BBC's fake news, misinformation, and propaganda against IPOB, which BBC, as a matter of fact, is running on behalf of the Nigerian Fulani government, continues for the next 2 weeks. There shall be no retreat as far as we are concerned, and there shall be no surrender while we are pursuing our inalienable right to self-determination, our innate right to live as a free people in dignity and in honor in our own land. We shall not retreat, neither shall we surrender, and we will not be scared or be intimidated by anyone. It does not matter who that person will be, because for us, this life that we are living without Biafra, it doesn't make any meaning. It doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't make any sense. So it behoves all of us. It becomes mandatory upon all of us to ensure that we do all that we have to do to make sure that Biafra comes, and Biafra must come. That is the only way we can live to the full that spirit of Chukwokije in us. That is the only way we can live to the full and bring to fruition the dreams of seeing our children and children's children live a life of honor, dignity, a life filled with real values, and a life that will be fulfilled or fulfilling, and for which they will achieve all their dreams. It is only Biafra that will provide this opportunity for them. Some of us, of course, we do not have so much more on earth to live for, but it is our duty to bring the coming of Biafra to fruition, to make sure Biafra comes, and then they will begin to build a nation in accordance with the precepts and direction of Chukwuka. Therefore, this campaign continues. It demands the participation of all hardcore Biafrans, and as well of all those who are in support of the freedom, not only of the Biafran people, but of the nations that have been brought under the jackboot of colonial rule, which Britain played a very, very prominent part in, and they are still playing in this new colonial era. The time to ensure the freedom of the African nations, starting with Biafra, is now. And we can do this when we faced down those who were instrumental to the condition that we have found ourselves in at the moment. BBC was the #1 media house in fact, they turned the story of the Biafran genocide upside down. They made it not to be seen by the world. The atrocities that Nigeria was committing with the full knowledge, support, and provision of military hardware by the British government of that time. For that reason, the prime minister at the time was so heartless that he said that even half a million dead bodies of Biafran children will not change the British policy of supporting the zoo, to make sure that the zoo remains one and for them to continue to milk your resources for their own benefit. Therefore, we must continue our campaign that the British Broadcasting Corporation, the British Bias Corporation, or whatever they call themselves, they must pull down their blatant falsehood against our leader and against IPOB. They must pull it down, and if they do not pull it down, we will continue this very, very battle with them until we achieve our objective. Now, to the main topic of this series of my broadcast. We have been seeing, those of us on the ground in Biafra land have been seeing the atrocities being committed by the agent provocateurs. The atrocities being committed by the enemies of Biafra. The barbaric and unconscionable evil that has enveloped our land. And why is it important for IPOB to harp on this matter very, very seriously and continuously? The reason is simple. Because our silence, if we decide to keep quiet, it may be misconstrued. It may be taken as if we are ceded or we are acquiesced to the false allegations and falsehood being peddled and propagated by the Nigerian media and those in the government of the zoo, also what they propagate in the diplomatic circles around the world, that IPOB is a violent organization, that IPOB is causing mayhem in Biafra land, that is the eastern part of the zoo, that IPOB is killing, what do you call them, security operatives and things like that. So it is important that we state the fact as it is and make the world understand that the Nigerian government must be held completely and totally and absolutely responsible for the criminal activities going on in our land, for the crimes and for the killings, for the kidnappings, for the beheadings that is happening in the eastern region, as they will call it, but which is Biafra land for all of us. Let me say something, and let me make it very, very clear to those who do not understand. And you begin to ask yourself, will this actually be the objective of Mazi and Kanu or the IPOB leadership and the movement which he set in place or which he put up? The fact remains that each time some of these killings occur in the East, Each time there is a kidnapping, a killing of a Northerner, for example, like the Hausa woman that was killed, or the some of those situations where Northerners were targeted. A Northern person was targeted. We remember the time they killed the former APC chieftain, on his way to the airport in Imo State, and they said IPOB, and we were asking, what do we have with? We have no business with politicians. We have this man. We have nothing to do with him. So why will, in a reasonable person's mind, why and how?
Pay attention. The Nigerian government, no other person, they are responsible, fully responsible for the insecurity in Southeast. I'm not saying here, some people will say they are merely vicariously liable. No. It's not. This is direct responsibility. Because the army is a Nigerian army, the police is a Nigerian police, the DSS is a Nigerian secret security agency, and of course, the Fulani terrorist herdsmen, they are part of the Nigerian government, because we have Miyetti Allah as part of the government, and Miyetti Allah is in charge of the Fulani herdsmen. Therefore, Miyetti Allah is in charge of the terrorist Fulani herdsmen, and they in turn are part of the government. So the Nigerian government is directly responsible for the crimes going on in Biafra land. And they are working, like I said already, in consonance, or the politicians are working in consonance with the Nigerian government. They are pursuing the same agenda. They are afraid. They are terribly scared of the pedigree of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. But this is not what you will die. I mean, you cannot achieve anything by being envious of him or being jealous of him. Heaven has ordained him. You can't stop it. No one can stop it. No one, whether you're born of woman or whatever, you can't stop it, because heaven, whether you're evil spirit or you can't stop him, because the Almighty, the Creator, has sent him on this very mission, and he must bring it to accomplishing. He must accomplish the job that heaven has assigned to him to accomplish. Last week there was an audio recording of a kidnapped victim. Now listen carefully, and I'm trying to make a kind of an analysis of these very criminal activities and insecurity in Biafra, and for you to understand exactly, so that people will stop looking for you're looking for the reason or the person behind this crimes, while the perpetrators are staring you there on your face. This audio recording of a kidnapped victim, I can't remember now how many of them, and this audio went viral on social media. In that audio, one of the kidnappers, who clearly is a Fulani soldier, because when soldiers speak, when you hear them talk, you understand that they don't talk like a civilian. They talk like people who have been trained to speak with authority, even though, especially when they are speaking with the civilian. You see them, trying to show that, yes, they have gone, so you are not civilian, you must listen. So this man, or this supposed kidnapper, was threatening the man whom the victims contacted to help or assist to raise the ransom money
If they are not lucky, they will pay the ransom and they will still kill them. This man, this kidnapper was, threatening the helper, so to speak, and to stop, because this person was asking, where exactly are the location of this, where the victims are, where exactly, he's not asking because he wants to go there and rescue him. No, but he wants to have an idea. Where are they? Are they in Anambra or Imo or Abia, or where exactly? Which area? And so the military man, this Fulani kidnapper, who is a military officer, got offended and asked him why is he bothering about where they are. That even if he tells him where they are, does he think he can come there to rescue him? What do you make of this very statement? This statement only shows one thing, that these kidnappers, they kidnap their victims, they keep their victims either very close to army barracks or they keep them right inside the barracks most of the times. And that's why they will confidently tell you, if I tell you where they are, will you come and rescue them? Now, this is the reason, this very situation that I am now relaying to Biafrans and to the world, is the reason why the military in our land, they are giving security to Fulanis by issuing them what? ID cards, and then they will be residing in the military barracks. And specifically, they will write it there, Fulani identity card. It is these Fulani people that have been given security in the barracks that will either, after usual agreement, they will now go and do the kidnapping, come back and keep the victims where they have to make sure, where they keep them, and then making sure nobody will come there to even try and rescue them. The police cannot go. I'll come to that anyway. And then they will begin to demand their ransom. Sometimes they will even tell you, in this Isochi area, they will tell, or some other areas, they will tell you to drop the ransom at a military checkpoint. For you to drop the ransom there. Are people really dumb? After all these things, we hear you keep a kidnapper that is supposed to be running for the military is now telling you to keep your ransom. The military man will even ask you what is inside. Normally, they will ask you what is inside. You will say it's money. And they will ask you, why are you bringing money? And you will tell them, my brother, my father, or my relative was kidnapped, and then they said we should pay so amount, and they said we should come and drop it here at the military checkpoint. My goodness me. And the military will not, in fact, be surprised. You will keep the money and they will tell you, okay, go. Maybe if you're lucky, your brother or your relative will be released, and they will now go to the checkpoint to collect that ransom. And the people will not add one to one together to know that the Nigerian military, especially the military, they are the ones spearheading the kidnappings, while the police and the DSS are the ones spearheading the killings that is going on in our land with their politicians. The killings are done mostly by the police. I mean, the army, of course, they do their own. They go, of course, to kill and burn villages and communities. That's done. But most of these kidnappings done by Fulani herdsmen are, what their soldiers are doing then, it means that they have lost control, completely control, and they are not even wanting to call themselves government anymore. If you want to deny culpability or deny knowledge of what a whole institution that, unlike the Nigerian military, is doing, then you have lost the moral ground to continue to call yourself a government that can protect its citizens and its property. Now, there is something very, very peculiar around this Sochi area. Something that we must pay very attention to. Because a lot of victims have also narrated how shortly after they must have passed the army checkpoint at Sochi, they will be attacked a few kilometers from this. Hasn't paid. We saw as well. We all saw the barbaric murder and beheading of a lawmaker in Anambra State. The Nigerian media went to work after the killing of this lawmaker. I said, State Assemblyman. The Nigerian media, they went to work. The BBC, they went to work. They are minors, that is the people that they use to work to attack IPOB in the social media. They also went to work, attempting seriously to hang the murder of this very man on IPOB. Even some reasonable people began to even think IPOB, it may be true that IPOB. You wouldn't reason to ask yourself, what is the benefit of IPOB? Even how does that help or push our struggle forward? People will not do that. Their senses will go on break or on holiday when these kind of situations, present themselves. Now, to show you, Biafrans, that the media are part of the game plan, part of the campaign, part of the agenda to demonize IPOB, because we remember the DSS, it was not very long ago. They had a very, very important meeting with civil society organizations and then NGOs and some of the media. That is where the part of the duty of the media was, given to them. Any crime that happened in Savage, it must be IPOB, it must be ESN. Whether there was an investigation or there was no investigation, it does not matter. Just say it is IPOB and continue to say it is IPOB. The world will listen, the world will believe it, and the world will at the end of the day say, these people IPOB, they are now terrorizing civilians, therefore they have become terrorists. We will do what? We will ban them and stop them from operating freely in the diaspora. That is the game plan. And the Nigerian media is fully part of that game plan. Now, the true evil perpetrators, the true people who are the agents of darkness, they are known. Did you hear them? Did you hear the media? Because the investigation is there. What do you call them? The inter-society and other investigative actions that have been taking place has revealed who were behind the murder, the killing, the beheading of the state assemblyman in Anambra State. Did you hear the media go back and apologize for misleading the people? No way. Did you hear them retract their falsehood against IPOB? No way. Why would they do that?